Wow. User joined your channel.
There, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. I think my investigation roll failed.
It's not bad. Usually above a 10 is good.
He must be on a 15 for that audio problem.
I guess.
For that audio problem.
I guess. I don't know what to do about that. We may have to proceed with him just talking in chat.
Should be able to hear, though, which is half the battle.
Yeah.
Oh, right, we got a cleric.
I don't know what he means by default action question mark. We may need to proceed. Meantime, are you okay to talk in this chat window for now? Alrighty. Once he gets in here and is able to listen to us, we'll get started.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
Yeah.
Who needs to listen?
Strong mouse. Grimald, I need you to pronounce the name of your deity for me.
User joined your channel.
Strong mouse.
Throne mouse is the... What's that?
That sounds about right. At least as far as I know how it sounds.
Yeah, but there's a GGSD afterward. Is it a typo?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Oh, okay. I was like, Throne mouse. Throne mouse. Alrighty. Grey Cloak, can you hear us? If you can hear us, just type yes in the Fantasy Grounds chat window, please.
I can hear you.
Ooh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
All is
I
well.
apologize for the delay. I had things set up a little bit differently than I think TeamSpeak wanted.
No
All right.
problem.
I'm ready to go.
Alright. Welcome everyone to Adventures League DDEX1-8 Tales Trees Tale. We're gonna get started by introducing our characters and establishing our adventure hooks. Why we're here, why we're participating in this adventure, and maybe a little bit about ourselves individually. So I'm gonna get started with asking the question, is anyone a member of the Emerald Enclave? And I know if okay, I know there are a few people who are new. Is there anyone who does not know what the factions are? Alright, everyone knows what the factions are. So, who is a member of the Emerald Enclave?
Grady.
Grady is a member of the Emerald Enclave. Alrighty, Grady. I have a special adventure hook just for you. So, you're walking down the street, going about your typical business, doing what Grady does, when a sparrow flies toward you and alights on your shoulder. It hops toward your ear and opens its mouth, from which issues, of all things, the voice of a halfling. It says, "The villagers of Cobble's Hill tempt the wrath of the quivering forest. Come quickly, lest the pact be broken, and our alliances laid to waste." And after speaking that brief, somewhat cryptic message, the bird lifts off from your shoulder and drifts away on the morning breeze. As a member of the Emerald Enclave, you recognize that as an animal messenger. So the message was by necessity short, as that spell allows only a brief message to be sent. But you know of the town of Cobble's Hill. It is a simple farmer's combine that sits on the bank of the river Stogino, some distance north of the city of Flan. It would appear you have received a summons to that location. Do you accept the mission? Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Now for the rest of you, you have received word that there are rumors of kidnappings occurring around Cobble's Hill. The Black Fist, the soldiery of the city of Flan, have put a bounty on information pertaining to kidnappings and on the arrest of kidnappers. So could be money to be made in Cobble's Hill if you make your way there. That is another potential adventure hook. Additionally, there may be other reasons for you wanting to go to the small town of Cobble's Hill, and I will allow you to decide that for yourself when you introduce us to your character. So, let's go through now and briefly introduce our characters to one another and our motivations for venturing to Cobble Hill. Let's start with Grady, since he already has his adventure hook, so that the others will have some time to think. So Grady, please go ahead and introduce your character to us.
I'm Grady Alderley. Occasionally people call me a burglar, but I'm a little insulted by that. I am a little sneaky, and I will take things if it benefits myself or the group, but I don't really like being called a burglar. Out of character, I'm a level 3 rogue and a member of the Emerald Enclave.
Alrighty. Grady, do you know how to access the party sheet?
No, I probably don't. This is the first time I've tried this online.
Alrighty. Alrighty. If you go to the top right corner of your Fantasy Grounds window, there's a button with a letter I on it and a silhouette of 3 people. If you click on that, you can see information pertaining to much of the party, including their names, races, classes, and major ability scores. There are also tabs on the side of that window that allow you to view other information pertaining to the party, and this will give you a better idea of the party composition. Alright, thank you, Grady, for introducing yourself. Let's go with Voroth next.
Well, Voroth is a dragonborn who used to work for a certain kingdom as a soldier. He defected to become a bounty hunter because he couldn't stand the corruption within his kingdom. So now he travels from place to place, searching to make wrongs right, and it looks like this town is the next place he's come to where it seems like they need help.
Excellent. Thank you, Voroth. Alright, let's go to Grimald now. Grimald, are you with us?
Sorry, one sec. Can you skip me for 1 sec? I'm having a technical difficulty.
Alrighty. Lothos Tea Leaf. Go ahead.
Alright. Lothos Tea Leaf, private investigator. He's not a thief, he's a private investigator.
Sure.
He just happens to be a very sneaky and deviant private investigator.
Sure.
He has ventured out into the role for Mole Master to test his faith in Timora, and perhaps test Timora's faith in him. He's heard word of the kidnappings, and more importantly, the promise of money to investigate kidnappings.
Yeah.
And so he is headed up there to Campbell's Hill to make the money and find the people.
I like how making the money came first.
Well, he's kind of offered his support. No one else knows that, but you know.
Private investigators got to get paid.
Yeah, he's got expenses.
Alright, thank you, Lothos Tea Leaf. Mystic, if you would be so kind as to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Mystic. I'm a high elf, specifically a moon elf, as I learned today. I am generally a good person, although I wrestle with. I'm kind of introverted and selfish, so I often wrestle with. Even though I'm good-natured, I wrestle with, looking out for myself in that balance. I'm a detail-oriented person, and I kind of strive to get the job done right if I take the job. I like to apply my arcane arts and prove to others that I'm dedicated to them and show my abilities. So I'm excited to go on this quest to do just that, show off some skill, and also better myself as a person.
A worthy goal. Alright. We have... Oh, we still have Grimald. Is your technical difficulty yet resolved?
Yeah, I think I'm okay now.
Alright, go ahead then.
His name is Grimald. He's a Goliath. A cleric of Stronmaus, which is the giant deity of the sun, sky, weather, and joy.
Lovely. Lovely. Go on.
And his clan was wiped out, and as he, in wandering, he was taken under the wing of a friendly cloud giant who showed him the ways of Stronmaus, and he is very kind of a loner and a hermit, and but he still likes to practice, follows the way of Stronmaus, which also includes protecting weak and war.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Does everyone know what inspiration is? Better question.
Only kind of.
Okay, I'll go ahead and explain it then. Inspiration is a reward mechanic that has been introduced in 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons that is meant to promote good role-playing. So, whenever one of you guys does a good job role-playing, or at least I feel you do a good job role-playing, I can award you inspiration, and then you can proceed to spend that inspiration at any time you wish to grant yourself advantage. And advantage, just as a refresher, allows you to roll 2 d20s whenever you roll a d20 and take the highest. So just keep that in mind. I will try to keep out for good role-playing instances. Also, if you feel that you did a good job role-playing, you can say, hey, DM, I did kind of a good job role-playing that. And I will tell you whether I agree.
Sounds good.
I beat Grady to his question there. Ninja'd. Alright, yeah, since we have a few people who are new to Adventures League and to Fantasy Grounds, feel free to ask questions at any time, and we'll do what we can to get things working. In 5th edition in particular, if you're kind of new to 5th edition, it's built to be able to just kind of allow you to do basically whatever you want. Even in the combat section, there's one of the actions is improvise an action. So if you want to do something, just ask me, what do I have to do this, and I'll try to make it happen. Of course, I also may say that's impossible. But we'll see. So, the party is making its way toward the small town of Cobble's Hill. Cobble's Hill is little more than a stopping point on the way to bigger and better things. As such, but a single road runs through it, so you all inevitably meet up on the way there. So I will assume that you arrive at the town of Cobble's Hill together, having introduced yourselves to one another, and realizing that you appear to have a common purpose, so far, at least. When you arrive at Cobble's Hill, you see that it is an exceptionally tiny town. There is not more than a dozen buildings. It is, however, surrounded by a somewhat high palisade wall, with a gate that stands open. It is immediately adjacent to the river and does seem to feature something of a docks with what appear to be grain silos nearby. As you step into the town, you note that it is eerily empty. You walking by a few of the businesses, you don't see anyone within. However, as you approach what appears to be, as you approach a rather large building near the center of the town, you can see that the inn's sign, if it can be called that, is simply an old bucket dangling from a post that has been driven into the ground in front of the two-story building. The word inn has been painted on its side in what appears to be pitch. Rain has filled the bucket to the top, and water trickles out from more than a dozen places. Before you even enter the place, you can hear a number of excited and angry voices emanating from inside. Above them all, one voice bellows, "It's been over 10 days! What do you plan to do?" So, what do you plan to do? I know it's a lot to take in. Absorb it. Think of something. Tell me what you want to do.
So who are they? Let's figure out who they're talking to when they're asking, "What does who plan to do?"
The shouting appears not to be directed at you. It appears to be coming from inside the inn, from which you can actually hear something of a ruckus emanating.
Well, I'm going inside the
I'll
inn.
see if I can recognize anyone from the Emerald Enclave of Authority.
Okay, you don't hear any voices that sound like high-ranking members of the Emerald Enclave. But, Michael, Voroth, as you stride into the inn, you open the door to see a large throng of people gathered around two long trestle tables. A male halfling stands up atop one of the benches of the tables, with a female halfling standing next to him, wielding a large iron skillet menacingly, trying to kind of fend off the herd of people. They appear to be all engaged in some manner of heated discussion. However, as you emerge through the door, they all stop mid-sentence and stare at you. Then the halfling man leaps down from the bench and strides up to you. As he does this, the people kind of turn to one another and start whispering amongst themselves. The halfling comes up to you and says, "Hello there, welcome to the Leaky Bucket. How can I help you?"
I just came to figure out what the heck is everybody yelling about.
"Oh, you heard my wife, did you? Well, we're just having a bit of trouble. Nothing to concern you fine folk about. How about you have a seat, and we'll fetch you some food and drinks to wash the road dust out of your mouths." And he gestures to one of the tables and kind of clears away some of the villagers who were crowding around it. "Please have a seat. Grinna, fetch these fine folks some food and drink, please." Grady, this is not the same voice. Alright, the halfling woman wielding the skillet retreats into what appears to be a kitchen and comes back a few moments later with trays of food and puts them out on the table in front of you. "So, is there anything else we can do for you fine folk?"
Not at the moment, thank you.
"Of course,
I'm
sir."
interested in helping your situation if there's anything I can do.
"Oh, well, I wouldn't want to worry you." At that, the halfling woman kind of smacks him on the back of the head, says, "Hugh, if they're willing to help us, don't turn them down. There's nothing we can do about it, but perhaps these travelers can. Excuse my husband, he's something of a pushover, but I believe that you might be able to help us. Are you willing to..." What's that? Go on.
We did notice that there's no one really in town except for at the inn, so it seems a little strange, and we're curious to know why.
Oh, I suppose that would be rather spooky from outside, wouldn't it? Well, we're all gathered because we have some crisis that affects the whole town. Sit down and I'll tell you the whole story. And she sits down on the table across from you and pulls out her own plate full of food and starts eating as she tells you the story. Alright, here's what happened. It all started about 6 months ago, when a man named Halvin Grangel moved into an abandoned barn a few hours' walk east of the town. The man was something of an eccentric, surviving off the money he earned from selling wood carvings. Most folks around here sell grain. That's kind of what Cobbles Hill does. But about a month ago, he suddenly stopped coming to town. A few of us went to go pay him a visit, see if he was okay, but he was nowhere to be found. His home still had all of his possessions inside, and we found a crude map of the area in his home. Now, we didn't really feel good rifling through his things, but we found something that worried us. The map had some vague notes, but there were a few things that were really scary. The map had a couple areas inside the forest labeled. The most concerning of which was Greenhall, an elven settlement. It also detailed, of all things, a course deeper into the forest. It seemed pretty clear to us that Halvin had gone into the forest, something that is expressly forbidden. At this, one of the people nearby chimes in, "We don't go into the Quivering Forest, and the Quivering Forest doesn't come and steal our children in the night." And a few of the villagers nod their heads at that. Actually, you notice now that something of a crowd has started gathering around you to listen on the conversation. Well, anyway, because of the truce we have with the Fae of the forest, we decided that a few of us would go in to try to find Halvin before he was found by the Fae. We tried to get the help of a local ranger, Sorellus Greenleaf. He lives in the area. We thought maybe he could guide us through the forest, but he adamantly refused, and insisted that anyone we send into the forest would do so at their own peril. So, I mean, having nothing else to do, we did. But that was 10 days ago, and we've heard neither hide nor hair of them since. At this, another villager, who appears to be quite drunk, kind of stumbles up and says, "'Twas probably them damn fairies that killed my cows. Damn their eyes, damn their wings." And she says, "Get away, you're drunk, Shoe." Anyway, yeah, that farmer has had a little trouble with his cows, but that's beside the point. We're more concerned with our missing villagers, and that's the story up to this point. We're all here, kind of debating what we should do. We already tried sending people into the forest, something that is expressly forbidden by the Pact, and we're at our wits' end.
So,
Go ahead, Mike.
okay. So you send people into the forest. What exactly did they find?
Well, we don't know. They haven't returned.
Well,
So this pact is the humans can't go into the forest, and then the fairies won't steal the children. And I understand that. Now, I heard you mention that villagers are missing now. Is anyone missing beyond the original farmer and the party looking for him?
Alright, as you start addressing the halfling, you notice that she kind of, doesn't look you in the eyes. She kind of looks at the floor as she's talking to you, and she says, "Oh, Mr. Elf, well, she appears quite nervous to be talking to you. No, just that, they were just the woodcarver and the people who went after him. But, we didn't mean to go into the forest. We don't want to offend the elves. We just wanted to get Halvin out before he got in trouble."
Oh, let me calm your fears. I'm not here to enforce the pact or anything like that. It's just a coincidence that I'm an elf and traveling in a city.
Oh, you're not from Greenhall?
No.
Oh, well, sorry if for the mistake. But yeah, just the woodcarver, Halvin, went in, and we sent some people after him, and they haven't been seen since. But, you're an elf. Even if you're not from Greenhall, maybe you could go in. They haven't explicitly
maybe,
said.
or if there's anyone I can speak to that I can negotiate this breaking of the pact.
All right. Grady, they have not explicitly said why they're afraid to go into the forest, other than they seem to be afraid of the Fae. When you ask, she says, well, there's a pact, see? The city of Flan has a pact with the denizens of the Quivering Forest. As long as we don't encroach upon their territory, they don't come and do what dark things the Fae do to people who live on the edge of the wood. They appear kind of timid. And so far, the pact has been upheld for as long as we can remember. We haven't had trouble with the Fae until now, but we knew as soon as Halvin disappeared that there could be trouble. Mr. Elf, maybe you could go into the woods and tell the elves and fairies there that we didn't mean no trespass. We didn't want to offend them. We just wanted to get our friend back before he did something that would ruin the agreement between Flan and the Quivering Forest.
I'm happy to help. I'll have to discuss this with my friends here to see if it's something we want to embark on. No.
Oh, of course. Hugh, go start gathering up a collection. Of course, we can pay you. We have some money. And her husband takes off his hat and walks around the common room, and the villagers all throw in a few coins. And when he comes back, he has a hat full of coins that looks like it amounts to about 50 gold pieces. This is about 50 gold pieces worth. We can give this to you if you find our missing people.
That's excellent. That would be fantastic. Do you have any items that could help us along on this quest? Maybe anything, weapon or some kind of protection magic that we could use while on the quest?
Oh, we don't have any magic, sir. We're just humble farmers. But you could try talking to the ranger. Sorellis wasn't willing to help us, but you're not complicit in the pact, so maybe you could do something about it.
Okay.
Where can we find Sorellis?
Let's see. Sorellis lives about, he actually lives kind of in the woods. That's why we don't typically go visit his house, because, of course, forbidden. Oh, let me... she gives you some directions to... Shh! She gives you some directions to the ranger. She indicates there's an animal trail kind of at the edge of the woods that leads into Sorellis' cabin. As she is giving you these directions, however... Where is it? As she's giving you these directions, however... The nervous buzz of the Leaky Bucket's common room is shattered by a scream of terror. A moment later, a young human woman bursts in through the front door. Tears streaming down her face, she says, They know what we did! She cries, throwing herself at Grinna's feet and clawing madly at the halfling's clothes with one hand and pointing out the door with the other. They know! At that, the people in the common room start pouring out en masse to see what is going on. What are you guys going to do?
I'm running outside.
Alrighty.
Yeah, going out to see what's going on.
Alright, you elbow your way
Inside.
through the throng of people pouring out of the Leaky Bucket, and you witness quite a sight. After pushing past people who stand in silent terror upon the sight before them, some dropping to their knees and praying, you witness a man crucified upon a post sticking out of the ground in the middle of town. His eyes and mouth hang open, blood seeping from them. Well, what's left of his eyes and mouth. It looks like his eyes have been put out and replaced by polished black stones carved to resemble large lidless eyes. In addition, it appears as if his tongue has been cut out. Transfixed to his chest by a long pin made of bone is a sheaf of parchment. The villagers are falling on the ground and weeping and crying and saying, "What do we do? What do we do? Jenny, we have incurred the wrath of Jenny Greenteeth." What do you guys do?
Well, I'm gonna go see what that parchment reads.
Alright. Just kind of quickly asking people who, if they saw anything that happened, they say, "No, we didn't see nothing. We were all in the inn. He just appeared out of nowhere." And looking up at the parchment, it is fixed to his body by a pin driven through his chest. It looks like you'll have to take the pin out to be able to read the parchment.
Oh, what do I have to roll to see if it's booby trapped?
If you want to look for booby traps, make an investigation check.
Damn.
You don't find any booby traps.
Alright, so I'll just remove the stake.
Alright. You pull it out, and blood bubbles up out of that wound, but you're able to grab the parchments. The people kind of gasp when you pull the pin out, and they're like, "Oh, Rourke, what happened to you?" Reading the parchment, you see that it reads, "Cobble's Hill honors the long-standing truce between the people of Flan and the people of the Quivering Forest. We seek only to retrieve a lost friend, who does not fully understand what his trespasses signify."
So they sent back the message that we sent in with the rescue party, it looks like.
Yeah, Grinna, the halfling woman, walks up to you and says, "Indeed, Mr. Elf, those are the letters we sent out with our men. However, I see only 5 of them. We sent 7 men in."
Can we maybe attempt to check over the body for any other clues we might be missing?
Yeah. You can make a perception check to look for things.
Alright. Oh my god, I'm awful at rolling.
Voroth and Mystic, you poke around the body. You don't see anything else of interest except the stones in his eyes, which are actually quite easy to remove, as they don't fit particularly well in his eye sockets. Removing them, you see that they indeed have they are carved to resemble lidless eyes. They have kind of an image of an iris and pupil on them, and the people say, "That's the sigil of Jenny Greenteeth. Oh, we have incurred her wrath. The Quivering Forest shall fall upon us and devour us all."
Well,
In addition, the bone pin that you pulled out that was transfixing the papers looks like it's pretty valuable. It's like nicely carved and ornate.
guess I'll wipe it off and save it for later.
Alrighty.
Yes,
How do
you
I
can
roll
be
a
the one to
perception check?
If you open your character sheet, click on the Skills tab on the right side, and then in the numerical bonus there where it says plus whatever your ability bonus is, double click that. It's a button that has a little D20 picture. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty. Grady, you are very stealthy. Good job.
I clicked the wrong one, but okay.
Grady disappears. Whew.
Nice roll, though.
Yeah. Alright, so, oh yeah, we're putting the bone pin in the party loot. And what else are we doing?
What does the bone appear to be worth?
It looks like it could probably fetch somewhere like 50 gold pieces, maybe. It looks like it's an ornately carved hairpin made of some kind of bone.
All right. Do any of the villagers know who did this?
Yeah, when you show them the stones, they say, that must be the work of Jenny Greenteeth.
And who is Jenny Greenteeth?
Jenny Greenteeth is a hag who lives in the woods. She eats children, they say, and she makes crops die, another one says. She's been living in these parts for a long time, and we know she's responsible for many of the troubles that have befallen us. Yeah, Jenny Greenteeth must have killed my cows. Shut up, Shoe.
And
Well, I guess we need to pay this Jenny Green Tea a visit.
Oh, if you want to make a history check to try to identify Jenny Greenteeth yourself, you can.
Can we all do that?
Yeah. Typically, I only roll intelligence checks when someone's like, I wonder who this is, in which case I say, roll a check. But, you can all, I mean, it's pretty clear that you're all curious. Alright, let's see. Voroth, Grady, and Lothos. You, yeah, that name rings a bell. Jenny Greenteeth. She was one of the Fae who entered into the original pact. The pact between Flan and the Quivering Forest that, in exchange for not intruding upon the Quivering Forest, the people of Flan would enjoy protection from invaders by the Fae who live within. And Jenny Greenteeth was one of the Fae who agreed to this compact.
I might have misunderstood. So, why did they believe Sorellis was going to help them, but they're afraid to go and speak to Sorellis?
Well, like I said, we're not allowed by the pact to go into the woods, and his cabin is technically in the woods. But he comes down occasionally to provide what assistance he can. He comes by every once in a while to make sure that we're all doing well, which is why we were kind of upset when he didn't agree to help us.
And the hermit, what's the hermit's name?
What hermit?
The one who, I don't know, didn't you say there was somebody that's reclusive?
There was
Farmer.
There was a man named Halvin Grangle. He was a woodcarver, and unlike the rest of the people around town, he didn't grow grain. He just kind of carved things and got by on that. But he disappeared a while ago, and in investigating his disappearance, they found a map into the Quivering Forest and presumed that he went into the Quivering Forest, so that it sent people after him.
So Halvin Grangle is who we're looking for, the missing person.
There are additionally 7 missing people. Well, 6 now that you found one of them. There were 7 people who went into the woods after Halvin Grangle, and they did that was 20. That was 20 days ago, and they have not returned until this one mysteriously appeared in the middle of town.
So there's 3 people missing, Halvin and 2 from the rescue party, correct?
There are 7 people missing. Halvin, 6 people from the rescue party, and one of the rescue party you have just found now with his eyes and tongue removed.
Okay, so we could probably go investigate Jenny's cabin. I would assume that would be the good place since we just saw activity from there in the form
Yeah, but
of the
first-
corpse.
Well,
No,
first we
you,
should
you,
check
you
the
can't go
room.
look for Jenny. Jenny will eat your eyes out. You have to stay away from there. In any case, they don't know how to
like
find
a
Jenny. Jenny
No
is
fun.
is a fae who lives in the forest, and
Have they gone outside?
yeah, and they don't know how to get to Jenny. They just know of her.
Can we track where the guy's blood? He's left a blood trail, right?
No.
There might be a faint blood trail. You can give me a survival check to try to find it.
Did you find this?
Alright, Grady. Following Mystic's prompting, you try looking around for a trail of blood issuing forth from this man. It does not appear to be gushing blood, so there are a few drops, but nothing substantial, and certainly nothing that you can follow for any length of time. It looks like the wounds he suffered were done a while ago.
Well, then maybe we should go check out Sorellis's place of residence.
That might be a good start. So off
I agree
to
with that.
find the ranger.
Yep.
Off to find the ranger.
Off to find the ranger, the wonderful ranger of the Quivering Forest. Alright, to the ranger. Following Grinna's directions, you arrive at the edge of the Quivering Forest. You can see now why the villagers were so fearful of it. It's only about an hour's... It's about an hour's walk away from the village, but it is quite imposing. It is practically a solid wall of trees, so thick is the foliage and dense is the canopy. You can see just a faint trail leading between the trees. It looks to be actually little more than an animal trail, and the canopy of the trees above practically blots out the sun, bathing the area in darkness. But you can press on, pushing your way through the thin little passage. As you walk, you are beset by trees which crowd closely around you, their gnarled roots rising up occasionally to try to trip you almost as an act of will, though of course they couldn't move, they're just trees.
Of course not.
Proceeding along this path, you notice that it kind of turns and just kind of skirts around the edge of the wood. It doesn't penetrate deeply into the forest. But you eventually arrive at... Here it is. Alright, I have a map. I will share momentarily. Alright, I'm going to put you guys on the map, and you can arrange yourselves in whatever order you wish to proceed.
As we approach, I'll be like stealthy.
Alright, go ahead and roll stealth for me.
Can we just use the roll from before?
What was your result?
25. It was the one where you said you are very stealthy.
Yeah. Sure, you're very stealthy. Alright, I want to find a good token.
Are there any windows on this cabin?
Yep.
That's what I'm looking for. If you move my token to one of the windows, that'll be fine.
Alright, just a moment. I'll use that for Sorellis. Whoops. Alright. The narrow, twisting path opens at last into a small glade, where a picturesque babbling stream tumbles past a cabin built of natural timbers and a sawed roof. The only sign of occupancy is a small garden along one side of the cabin with a number of herbs and vegetables growing in neat rows, watched over by a scarecrow. The idyllic garden is currently being tended by a half-elf. Noticing your approach, he stops working and props his elbow on the end of the shovel he holds. "I take it, then, that they haven't returned yet," he says with a note of concern in his voice.
They sure haven't.
This is most troubling. Please, come inside, and we can talk. And he leads you over to his, into his cabin. Go ahead and, have a seat. I'm Sorellis Greenleaf. I watch over this part of the Quivering Forest and over the people of Cobble's Hill. Make sure they don't get in trouble and they keep their truce with the Fae of the Wood. When the people of Cobble's Hill came by 10 days ago and asked me to lead them in the forest, I refused because that would be against the agreement Flan had with the Fae of the Forest. I cautioned them against this. I warned them that they would suffer if they went into the forest, but they disregarded me. But not wishing to see them suffer, I outfitted them as best I could. As they were armed only with rakes and shovels. I gave each man a sword, a good cloak, and 10 days' worth of rations. I also gave them a warning that their venture into the woods would result in nothing but tragedy. But it would seem they didn't listen to me. So, what's your folks' stake in this?
Originally nothing, but when we came in, a little after we came into town, there was a lot of screaming and hollering, and a crucified body with these shoved into the eye sockets.
Oh yeah, that's the sigil of Jenny Greenteeth. If she got hold of those men, they are probably beyond hope. That also means, worse still, that the pact between Flan and the Fae of the Forest is likely in great jeopardy.
So, out of curiosity, what kind of armor and weapons did you give these guys? If he was so well armed, well, probably not well. If he was so armed, what could she possibly be capable of?
Apparently, you don't know the power of the Fae, my friend. I gave those men nothing but cast-off swords. It was likely nothing that would help them against a hag of Jenny's power. My halfling friend, I don't know where you can find Jenny. Rightfully, I don't think anyone should. That woman should be left alone as much as possible. If she can be called a woman at all. If you're after Jenny, I give you the same advice I gave those villagers. They should stay away. You should stay away. What's the power of a hag, you ask? Well, my friend, hag are among the nastiest of the Fae folk. She has, despite what the people of the forest may tell you, her powers aren't all that much, but a hag does have wicked, nasty claws, and quite a few tricks up her sleeve. I'd be wary if you're going to venture into the forest, and I advise you, stay away from Jenny. Grady, he's not able to provide you any very explicit knowledge pertaining to her abilities. You can make an Arcana check if you wish to try to recall what lore you know of hags. Yeah, you guys aren't sure. You have Lothos has at least heard of a hag before, but you don't know anything about them. Alright, Mystic ponders what he knows of Fey folk. Just a moment.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Alright. Mystic and Voroth,
Look in my bag.
you both know that, actually, Mystic, you're not proficient in Arcana, so it's highly unlikely that you would know this. So I'm just going to go with Mystic for now. Mystic, you know that hags are a particularly nasty type of fey creature that resembles a woman, but only in the loosest sense of the word. They are usually crooked, deformed creatures with talon-like hands and wicked personalities. She will likely wield some manner of magic, but her greatest threat is probably her claws that could rend the flesh of a mortal.
Okay. Well, I'll explain to Sorellis that we're hired by the town to go looking for the wood carver and also some missing members of the rescue party, and we're going to do just that. Now we're hoping that you can give us some information or guidance to get us started in the right direction, and we will just have to be very careful if things go bad to get out of the forest before we die.
I appreciate your prudence. I can point you in the right direction, at least toward the town of Greenhall, though I don't know where Jenny is. Greenhall is the elven settlement in these parts. Maybe the folks there could tell you something about the missing villagers, but be warned that the elves of Greenhall are intensely xenophobic, and they're as likely to shoot you as they are to talk to you. But I can at least set you on the right path, so you don't get lost in the woods.
Okay. Maybe when we do approach the elves, maybe I can go in, being that I'm an elf, and have the others sit outside. Do you think, Sorellis, that might be a good idea?
The elves are as likely to be distrustful as you as they are any others. They're not so much elven supremacists as they are Greenhall xenophobes.
Understood.
I doubt in fact, I think separating yourselves may even invite suspicion. They'll likely note that you've broken off from your party and think that you're trying to deceive them in some way. They are intensely suspicious. Yes, Grimald, you can roll an insight check.
Thanks for that advice, Sorellis.
Grimald, as far as you know, he is perfectly upbeat.
My best friend.
Alright, so Sorellis has offered to point you guys on the right path, and he says, follow me. He starts walking up to the front door, but as he does... Where'd he go? Here it is. Bang! The door to Sorellis' cabin shudders as something slams into it, the half-elf taken aback. It happens again a heartbeat later, and the door bursts from its hinges, falling flat to the floor. A man-sized pile of straw and burlap stands in the doorway, a jagged tear across its face, twisted in a malevolent sneer. Almost at the same time, the windows of the cabin explode in a shower of glass as masses of writhing vines creep into the cabin, coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes. Just a moment while I set this up. Yeah, everyone roll initiative.
Is there an initiative die somewhere?
If you open up your character sheet, on the main tab, near like the middle of your sheet, there's a button that has the word init above it. Alright. Everyone has rolled initiative. Excellent.
Grady tried to hide.
Alright. Now, in 5th edition, when you attempt to hide, you actually need something to hide behind. Now, over there was a bed. You're a halfling, right?
Yes, and I can hide behind creatures one size larger. Anybody medium and up.
Yeah, I'm going to say that bed's big enough that if you get down on your knees, you can hide behind it.
I'm 2 foot 9 inches tall.
Yeah, if you get down on your knees, you're good. Alright, so through the windows have burst these creatures. They appear vaguely humanoid, but their bodies composed of vines wrapped tightly around each other. The door has burst open. It looks like the scarecrow in the garden has come after you itself. Alright, Sorellus rolled higher initiative. He responds the swiftest. He says, "What in the... Jenny Greenteeth must have come after us. Please, defend yourselves!" He draws a short sword and moves to strike the scarecrow. He stabs into its body and it just leaps nimbly out of the way. But he goes in for another strike and manages to pierce its body. Straw emerges from the wound in the creature. It appears completely unperturbed by his strike. Voroth.
Alright. I'll move in close to Needle Blight 3, draw my 2 hand axes, and make my first attack.
Go for it.
Oops, I forgot the target.
Grady. Now might be a good time to practice our use of weaponry. Alright.
Yeah, I don't think I have my weapons filled in
So,
properly.
Yeah.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes. Voroth, while you're doing that, let's have a quick pause and do a little tutorial.
Okay.
For those of you who don't know how to use weapons in Fantasy Grounds, first, navigate to the Inventory tab of your character sheet, please. Once you have pulled up the Inventory tab of your character sheet, go to the right side of your Fantasy Grounds screen and click on the button that says Library. It is near the bottom right side of your screen. When you have the Library window open, click on the DDPHB Deluxe. That is the Player's Handbook. When you click on that, the right pane of the library window should show several categories. Click on the round shield icon next to Equipment, which opens up an Equipment window, which has several categories in it, one of which is Weapon. Click on the Weapon icon next to, or the round shield icon next to Weapon, which opens a window that says Weapon Table. Now, if you click on the round shield icon next to a weapon and drag it into your inventory sheet and release it, it will drop an item into your inventory and it will automatically set up that weapon for you. So just click and drag a weapon from the weapon table window into your inventory, then navigate to your Actions tab in your character sheet, and you should see that you have a weapon set up. Grady, did you get all that? Perfect, you did.
The number is not proper, right? It should be +5 to attack, 1d6 +4.
Let's see. You have a +3 to your dexterity. Do you have... Why the +4? Because you add your dexterity bonus on short bow attacks. Well, there might be another reason that he has. Not all the bonuses are properly accounted for.
I'm just copying it off of my character sheet, and I'll have to dig out the other character sheet to figure out totally why.
I don't think there's anything you as a level 3 rogue have that gives you a bonus on damage to short bows. I think it looks right. You have a +5 to hit, which is equal to your dexterity modifier, which is +3, plus your proficiency bonus, which is +2. So that's a 5 total. And then you roll a d6 damage for a short bow, and you add your dexterity modifier, which is 3.
Alright, I'll go with it.
Alright.
And how to add sneak attack?
Alright, sneak attack. Sneak attack is fun. Go to the actions tab of your character sheet, and in the bottom right corner, there's a button that has a little diagonal hash mark on it. If you click on that, you have entered editing mode, and next to that brown button should now appear a blue sword button and a blue star button. Click on the blue star button. Alright, you have added a power. It is completely blank, but we're going to add some things to it. First, click in the name field and change it to sneak attack. Excellent. Now right-click on that, which opens a radial menu, on the right side of which is a kind of downward pointing arrow that, if you hover over it, its tooltip is Add Action. If you click on Add Action, you have another radial menu that opens with 4 options, one of which looks kind of like a stumbling man, and if you hover over it, it has the tooltip Add Effect. Click Add Effect. Excellent. Now, an effect has been added to this power. If you click on the magnifying glass icon that is to the right of the effect, you will open a window that says Spell Ability Effect, and in the Description Conditions Modifiers field, you need to put D, M, G, colon, space, 1d6. Oh, you're level 3. 2d6. Thank you. Alright, now at the bottom where it says Targeting Expenditure, in the field next to Targeting, click that until it says Self. Excellent. Now, every time before you attack, as long as you have sneak attack, go back to the Actions tab, and there's a button on the left side of that effect. It looks like the little stumbling man again. Click that. Alright, you have now added the sneak attack effect to yourself. The next time you roll damage, you will roll an extra 2d6. Now, we just need to make sure that from now on, you add that after we have confirmed that you have sneak attack. And in the meantime, I will remove that effect, because the DM is the only one with the power to remove effects. But next time, I'll just tell you, add sneak attack, or you can ask me, do I have sneak attack? Or if you have sneak attack, because sometimes you just know that you have sneak attack, go ahead and just click that button before you roll damage, and it will automatically add it to your damage roll.
I have sneak attack if I have advantage, or if my target is within 5 feet of another of its enemies.
Yep.
So right now, Cerelius and Vorok are giving me sneak attack on 2 of those.
Yep.
And I'm hidden, so I have advantage on
Yep.
anything else.
Well, that's assuming you're hidden. These guys might have a high passive perception, but probably not high enough. But generally, you do not know whether you're hidden. Only the DM does. But otherwise, you do know that you have sneak attack against the Scarecrow and one of the Needle Blights. Or, yeah, Needle Blights. All right.
How will I know if you're not going to tell me I'm hidden or not? How will I know if I have advantage on the roll?
Yes, that is the crux. I will tell you right before you roll.
And how do I roll advantage? Because it seems like you can only roll one dice at a time.
All right. This is something everyone should listen to. In the bottom left corner of your Fantasy Ground screen, there is a collection of buttons, one of which says ADV. If you click on that button before you roll a d20, it will roll it with advantage. Like so. All right. Are we good for now?
That was a test, by the way.
Yeah. Alright, let's unpause, and Voroth, your attack hit against this creature. Roll for damage. Alright, time has resumed. Voroth's axe flies into this briar-like creature, hacking into its woody body.
Oops.
Alright, and you chop off a good chunk of its body. However, it
Oh.
appears unperturbed. It just kind of writhes around.
And since I'm attacking with a light weapon, I guess I'll go for another one since I have another hand axe.
Alright. He draws back his right hand and then swings in with his left. That's a hit. And you chop it down, reducing it to kindling.
And yeah, since I did that, I'll end my turn.
Alrighty. Thank you for your service, Voroth. Lothos tea leaf.
It was fun.
All right. Can I go ahead and move behind Sorellis and then roll to hide?
Yes.
Then that is what I will do.
Alright, you feel pretty stealthy.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and roll to attack with my crossbow against the Scarecrow.
Alright, you have advantage.
Super duper.
Alright, you pop out from behind Sorellis. The Scarecrow appears surprised? Its face appears mostly fixed in place. But you do fire a quarrel into its straw body. It's kind of perfect because these are the kind of things you target practice on normally.
Okay, get my sneak attack damage going. Okay, now I'll roll for it.
Now roll for damage and watch the d6s fly. Oh, make sure that you're targeting the Scarecrow or that you drop your damage on the Scarecrow.
I'll go ahead and roll the 2d6s then, sorry.
Okay. Well, that didn't apply it to the Scarecrow at all, so I'll let you re-roll it. Just target the Scarecrow first or drop the attack on the Scarecrow. Or drop the damage on the Scarecrow. If you click and drag the dice, just for everyone else, onto the Scarecrow either in the combat tracker or on the map, it will roll it on that creature. Additionally, if you hold Control and left-click an icon on the map, you will target them. Like if you look at Voroth in the combat tracker, you may be able to see that he has targets Needleblight 1. That means any attacks he makes will automatically be directed toward Needleblight 1. To untarget someone, just Control left-click them again. Perfect. Alright, you fire a quarrel and with a thunk, it slides into the creature's body. He's supposed to resist that. Do you have a magic crossbow? Oh, I know why. You have your damage set with a capital P. Can you change the damage in your crossbow from a capital piercing to a lowercase p in piercing?
Alright.
Thank you.
What is it? So what is it parsing there? Is that as magic when it's capital P?
When it's a capital P, Fantasy Grounds doesn't know what it is.
Gotcha, that's good to know, thanks.
Yeah. Sometimes Fantasy Grounds is case sensitive, sometimes it's not. They should work on that.
Alright, got it fixed.
Alright. The Scarecrow appeared to have resisted the blow because it was a coral hitting a creature made of wood and straw. Alright. Do you have the combat tracker open?
Yeah.
Alright, near the bottom left corner of the combat tracker is an arrow pointing down. If you click that when you're done, it proceeds to the next person's turn. Mystic, you're up.
Okay, do I perceive the Scarecrow to be more dangerous than the Blight?
Roll an Arcana check, actually. Ooh. Generally speaking, just kind of common sense does dictate that this thing looks a bit more dangerous.
Okay.
You saw Voroth just hack down one of the things while Sorella stabbed at it twice and wasn't able to take it down.
Okay. Since it's since it's part tree, I'd like to cast a firebolt cantrip on it, which should have good effect. But I'm concerned that Sorellus is in my path. Can you verify that?
He is providing cover to the Scarecrow, which means that the Scarecrow has a +2 to its armor class.
Okay. It does appear that I could move around the halfling and get a clear shot with a firebolt. Can you verify that?
I can verify that.
Is that okay?
Yep. You have clear line of sight on the Scarecrow. You know what? I'm going to imagine you did all this like in your head in character, and it fits with the over-analytical and very detail-oriented. So I'm going to give you inspiration.
Thank you.
So Mystic kind of sits there and ponders, doing some calculations. Yes, I believe this would be the most optimal way of hitting. And then he strides over and unleashes a bolt of fire, which slams into the Scarecrow. And roll for damage and see what happens. You were right, it is vulnerable to fire damage. It takes double damage as its straw and burlap body sets aflame. It still has that evil sneer on its face as it's hopping around, letting little tidbits of its burning self fall off on the ground. And he wisely retreats. All right, Grady.
I stepped back a couple. I think that was total. If it's not, you can just move me as appropriate.
Yep, you're good, I think. Yeah, you're good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're good. Grady, go ahead.
You might have to walk me through this, but I'm going to try and pop up, take a shot at the Scarecrow that's not tanked, using my sneak attack because I have advantage, and then try and hide with my cunning action.
You want to attack the Needle Blight that's in the corner alone?
It seems like the best target.
Oh, you said Scarecrow, so I was confirming that you meant the Needle Blight.
Yeah, I don't think I can get a good shot if the other one's at cover.
Yeah.
And I can start knocking damage off the other one and hopefully hiding.
All right.
If I'm not hiding, you guys protect the halfling.
All right, let's do it. You have the map open, right? If you just hold Control while you left-click the Needle Blight, you will target it. So go ahead and try that.
Okay, I assume it's targeted. Nothing happened.
Yeah. Alright, do you have the combat tracker open?
No.
Alright, in the top right corner of your screen, there's a button that has 2 crossed swords. Click on that, and that will show you the combat tracker, which shows everyone in their initiative order. Tell me when you have that open.
I have it open.
Alright. You should see 3 places beneath you a creature called a Needle Blight. Try left-clicking on that. or not, try holding control down and left clicking on it. There you go. Now you have it targeted. Now if you click on your attack roll, it will automatically direct your attack toward the Needle Blight. So go ahead and roll your attack with advantage, because you are hidden.
I get to add 5 to that 13.
Let me see how your attack is set up.
Pardon?
Did you just roll a d20?
I did. I'm not sure where the attack button is, but it's
Okay, yeah.
between,
Let's do that then
18.
now. Okay, I'll keep the 18, but for future reference, here's how you do this. If you go open up your character sheet and go to the Actions tab. Yep, you found it. But you already hit with the 18, so you go ahead and roll for damage. That's the button next to the attack button you just rolled. And it should add your sneak attack damage automatically, and it did. Alright, you fire a short bow arrow into the thorny creature. You hear the grating sound as your arrow cuts across its woody body and pierces through it, thunking into the wall beyond. It starts moving toward you. But I believe you have a cunning action to attempt to hide behind the bed again.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how to roll the cunning action now. I can't bring up the character sheet.
You can open up your character sheet by left-clicking on your portrait in the top left corner of your Fantasy Ground screen. And then you can roll stealth by navigating to your skills tab of your character sheet. Superb. Alright, the halfling quickly sticks his head out above the bed, assesses the situation, fires off an arrow at the Needle Blight, and ducks back under the bed. You know, under the bed is where the boogie monsters lie, Grady. Maybe this is not the best place to escape.
Yeah, and finally, how to end my turn.
Ah, yes. In the combat tracker, in the bottom left corner of that window is a downward pointing arrow. If you click on that, it will advance it to the next person. Who is the Scarecrow? It grins evilly, straw pouring out of its mouth, as it swings its claws at the half-elven ranger, who dodges nimbly. Oh, that looked like it could have hurt. But it swings in again, and manages to tear a gash through his armor, hurting him painfully, and besetting him with some foul magic. As he is scratched, it appears not to be a particularly dangerous wound, but he nonetheless drops to the ground, and his head between his hands, and in fear, and saying, "Jenny's going to kill us. We're all going to die." He has been frightened. Alright. Grimald. Alright, Grimald calls upon the might of Stronmaus, that deity's crushing power descending upon the Scarecrow, or the Needle Blight, who failed its save. Roll for damage. Alright, the sacred flame bursts out from the creature's center, and it becomes a pile of kindling. Alright, Sorellis cowers on the ground in fear. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Grady. I tried doing open mic too, until my dog started barking. I'm gonna check something real quick. Hold on a moment. Alright, Sorellis falls to the ground and begins crawling away from the Scarecrow and hides under the table, cowering in fear. Green Teeth, she will find us, she will kill us! Voroth.
Okay, so I see the opening where the first tree blade jumped through. So I'm gonna use that opening to jump outside and rush the scarecrow.
Alright. The windows are not particularly big. Give me an acrobatics check to achieve this.
Okay. Damn.
Ooh! You try to hurl yourself through the window, but you got a bad angle, and with all your heavy armor on, you got kind of stuck in the jam.
Oh, goody. So what do I have to do to get free?
Give me an acrobatics check to try to get free. I'll give you one acrobatics check this turn. Alright, you're able to nimbly turn yourself and pull yourself back out with much more nimbleness than you managed getting yourself into that problem. You have spent your action and 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 feet of movement. You have 10 feet of movement remaining.
Well, if I spend my action, there's no need for me to I can't really do anything once I get up close.
But you are outside. You have now started flanking the scarecrow. That much at least was achieved.
All right, then I guess that'll do it for now.
All right, Lothos.
All right. Well, since my cover's gone, I'll go ahead and move behind Mystic and then roll behind them.
All right. Mystic, a little halfling, tries to cower behind your tall elven frame.
Alrighty.
Ooh. The scarecrow just glowers at you between the elf's legs.
All right. Well, time to shoot it in the face.
Alright, go for it. Alright, that's a hit, but you do not have sneak attack. Let me remove that.
All right.
I'm
Good
gonna-
roll.
Yeah, roll a damage. Alright. Oh, you need to change the P in piercing to a lowercase p.
Oh, I thought I changed it. Let me go fix that then.
Okay. And I have fixed your sneak attack such that it doesn't stay on you all the time. It will only last that one turn on which you applied it. I'm going to do the same thing to Grady. So what I'm doing is I'm changing the sneak attack so that as soon as the sneak attack rolls, it goes away.
What setting is that?
Just for future reference, if you go back into the effect window, the spell ability effect window, it's under targeting expenditure. It's next to the expend ? Setting, and I have changed it to on next roll, which means that as soon as those 2 d6s roll, it removes the effect from you.
Thanks for that. That helps a lot.
You're welcome. Alright. Alright, Lothos, let's fly a crossbow bolt into the scarecrow with a thud. It slams into the creature's wooden frame, who just kind of continues thrashing about, lightly bathed in flames, but otherwise unperturbed by your attacks against it. Go ahead, Mystic.
I will yell to the party that normal weapons, at least piercing, aren't having an effect, and then I will proceed to cast another firebolt. Now, with the 5e cantrips, they're unlimited, right?
Indeed.
Okay, then I'll cast that firebolt again. Let me do that now.
Alright, Mystic draws upon his mystical energies. Grady, to answer your question, it's not that it has no effect, it's that it resists it, meaning it takes half damage from mundane weaponry. But it takes double damage from fire, and Mystic lets fly a bolt of flame, slams into the creature, setting its body finally completely ablaze, and it is reduced to a pile of smoldering ash. Sorellis crawls out from under the table and kind of scratches the back of its head. I'm ashamed that you had to see that, but I was beset by some enchantment of that creature.
That's okay. I mean, happens to the best.
Indeed, I appreciate your empathy. I believe that this is a sign that Jenny Greenteeth is on to you, my friends. I know not how she came to know of your presence in here, but this only speaks to her power. I give you a second chance to turn about now. Return to Cobble's Hill, and never come again into the Quivering Forest.
I don't. No, thank you.
Grady, you actually give me an Arcana check. Sorellis offers a final warning, but after that he will continue leading you guys to a path through the forest. All right, Grady, you are at least aware of a number of the existence of spells that can work at range. This does not necessarily imply that she is nearby. It would normally mean, unless she's extremely powerful, that she does have to be kind of somewhat nearby.
Well, it seems like all of the spells in the book have a range on them.
That's a good point. It does seem rather curious to you that she was able to animate the scarecrow and the plants of the forest to strike you if she wasn't at least somewhat nearby.
And make it instill for those who get struck.
Let's see. Sorellis. Says that he gave all of his gear to the
User in your channel timed out.
gave all of his gear to the villagers venturing into the wood, and he doesn't have anything to spare you, Mystic. Mystic's like, give me that magic items. I want it.
User entered your channel.
Welcome back.
Now,
What happened?
Someone just kind of dropped out. For you who dropped out, Sorellis has offered you a final warning not to go into the Quivering Forest, but if you wish to continue, he will take you to a path.
Well, we appreciate your warning. We were hired. We were taken on to do a job, and I don't back down from my jobs.
An honorable sentiment, but honor that I fear will get you killed. However, it is not my place to tell you what is the right thing to do.
I think
do
I've
appreciate
been
the
disconnected from Fantasy Ground. How do I reconnect to Fantasy Ground?
All right. You should be able to reconnect the same way you connected in the first place.
So start over?
Yeah, but your character will still be here. You may have to. You will have to bring up any window configurations you had open. But your character will still be sitting here, and it will be unchanged.
Did we figure anything out about that hairpin?
Are you gonna look at it?
Just a normal hairpin. Yeah.
All right. When you pull it out and look at it, Sorellis looks concerned. You had an artifact of Jenny Greenteeth on you? Well, that would explain how she found us.
Can I ritual cast detect magic on it?
Yes.
I would like to do that.
All right. I've played this like 3 times already. You're the first person to look at the bone pin. All right. Sorellis to cast detect magic. All right, Grey Cloak. Once you're connected again, you should be presented with a window that says character selection. Scroll down near the bottom and you'll find your character.
Yeah, it's just so slow.
Yeah, it happens.
They want $150 for this too.
You didn't have to pay for it. Most of the DMs have ultimate licenses, meaning that you don't have to pay anything. You can, as long as you don't want to DM. As long as you're a player, you can always do it for free.
Yeah, I'm using the free version. I have it at $150 right now.
Okay, good.
I think it was only 20.
Yeah, it depends on if you buy the player version, or if you buy if you buy the ultimate license, which I bought. It's the ultimate license, the $150 version, is the one that allows me to host players for free.
Understood.
Alright. Alright, as you cast Detect Magic, your eyes glow faintly with blue arcane light. Peering upon the bone pin, you see that it glows faintly with magic. It has a subtle white aura over it, indicating to you that it is some manner of divination magic. You can make an Arcana check to try to identify more precisely the nature of the magic.
That's probably not going to work out very well.
Alright,
Better than I thought.
Grimald, you cannot make the Arcana check. Mystic
Right.
is the only one who can see the aura and is able to read it.
Sorry, I'll do that now.
But I have faith in you, Mystic.
We all have faith in you.
Yes, my faith is well placed. Alright, Mystic. Reading the aura carefully, you think this is some manner of scrying magic. In fact, this bone pin is probably a focus of scrying. Anything within a certain distance of it is probably quite easily seen by Jenny Greenteeth, despite distances. She could be halfway across the world and able to see you as if you were right next to her.
Oh, we should have sold it in the town for the 50 gold.
No one in town would have bought it.
Well, do we want 50 gold at some point?
Or do you want
are
to
we gonna
bury
leave
it deep?
somewhere?
Sorellis, if you mention that it's a scrying focus, Sorellis mentions that you cast it into the woods and don't look back.
I think
There
the
goes
half
50
elf might
gold.
be right.
Maybe there's a way we can use this. So, hey, toss that thing out the door real quick. So I want to tell you something. I don't want this person to hear it.
We might as well toss it in the woods or
Don't
barn or
do
whatever.
that. I want to ask something first. Don't throw it
Well,
away.
you don't know the range of the effect. You don't know how far away it has to be for you to not be able to hear it. Or for her not to be
Okay,
able to hear you.
I'll go over to
You bury it.
whoever has the bone fragment and I'll whisper in their ear, can we put it somewhere that might deceive the Fae to think, we're somewhere else when we really keep that element of surprise?
Ooh, that's
I
smart.
could use my sleight of hand skill to put it on Sorellis, but that would be very unkind.
Oh,
No, he's our friend. I don't want to get caught doing bad things.
that's true. That's a good thought, though.
Grady, you could try to take it from the elf while he's not looking to put it on Sorellis.
That would be 2 checks, I think.
Yeah, it would.
Better not to push my luck.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a thought, and I don't really know how to complete that thought. So
Who has animal handling? And we can tie it to a forest animal.
Oh, just a moment. Grady, it looks like you grabbed the wrong Grady. If you go back into the character selection screen, which you can access by clicking on the button that says PC on your right side of your screen, click the second Grady from the bottom and make that your PC.
There's 3 of them. There's 4 of them.
There's several Gradys, but I'm pretty sure the second one from the bottom is the right one. There are 2 of them that have pictures. It's the first one that has a picture from the one on the bottom is the wrong one, I think. Now, if you go to your Actions tab, confirm that you have all your weapons set up still.
Yes. Except for, how do I set up my second dagger? Because I don't get a bonus on that. And my second short sword, because I don't get a bonus damage on that either.
Here's how people typically do that. If you look on the bottom left corner of your screen, and this is something that's useful for everyone, there's a box that says modifier. If you left click on that, the word modifier changes to adjusting. If you type a number, like say -3, it will apply that modifier to your next roll, no matter what kind of roll that is. So say for instance you want to stab with a dagger with your offhand, just type -3 before you roll for damage, and it will subtract the +3.
So I have to do that every time.
Or you can, or what you can do is create a second short sword, You can set up a short sword manually and call it like offhand short sword, and just remove the +3. There's various ways of going about it. Some people prefer doing the modifier approach, that way they don't have to make something that says offhand short sword, but some people also prefer the offhand short sword.
I like seeing my stuff.
Okay.
All right, I'll work on it. I'll do the -3 for tonight if I need to.
All right. I believe you were discussing a plan of dealing with the hairpin.
So someone with animal handling could get us an animal, and we'll tie the bone to the animal and set the animal off.
Anyone want to try that?
I'll give it a shot. I would have +1, but what the heck?
It would have worked with Jack Sparrow, so let's see if it works with us.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
Lotho steps outside, sticks his fingers in his mouth, and tries to whistle his best animal calling whistle, and it kind of comes out like a.
Let me try.
I'm sure they'll be coming any time now, guys. They'll be here soon. Unfortunately, Veroth, as you stomp your way around, the animals just kind of scurry off whenever you approach them. Sorella stares at you both and says, "What are you doing?"
Well, we discussed it in front of him. What's his animal handling? Or is he still for the thought in the woods?
Can you try him proficient?
He doesn't appear keen on this plan. I think that you should just be done with it. Jenny is sure to catch on to any scheme you attempt, particularly tying it to a poor animal.
Yeah.
All right, let's just toss it. I'd rather not have the hag know exactly where we are.
Alrighty. So you chuck the hairpin into the woods, hoping to never see it again. I'm glad that's been dealt with. Now, shall we proceed?
On to Greenhall.
Alright. He leads you back down his little animal trail, out of the woods, and takes you about a mile to the west, where he indicates to you a slightly wider trail than that which led to his cabin, but still not much to speak of. He does tell you that this will take you to Greenhall. You can ask the elves if they know what became of the villagers, but I caution you, one final time, stay away from Jenny Greenteeth. Alright, are we going to venture into the woods?
Into the woods.
Into the woods!
I take a look at him and say, "You obviously never met a dragon before. We are incredibly stubborn. I appreciate your concern. I'm going in to finish the job I promised that I would do. Have a good
Alright.
life, sir."
Voroth, you get inspiration for role-playing your flaw. Your incredible stubbornness knows no bounds.
I'm curious why he doesn't feel like, as a group of adventurers, with some experience between us, that we can't handle the hag. Or is he protecting the hag?
Ooh, you are suspicious? Make an insight check.
Yeah. I think I have advantage on that. No. Insight. No advantage.
Who knows? I mean, he's a ranger. I mean, they typically don't involve themselves in civilization anyway. That man probably would have been content to sit and tend his garden for the rest of his life.
All right. Does he have a healing potion I could have?
Oh, very forthright. Unfortunately, no. I do not have such valuable supplies on my person, nor do I have any at home.
Okay. All right, on to Greenhall then.
Alright. You make your way into the woods. Unlike the path leading to Sorellis' cabin, this path heads straight into the heart of the quivering forest. The trees again press down upon you, their canopy blocking out the light of the sun, casting all about you in dim shadows. The foliage is incredibly dense, the path riddled with rocks and gnarled roots, and it is slow going toward Greenhall. About half an hour into your journey, you see a gray squirrel standing in the middle of the road, watching you.
Is it suspicious? I mean, it's a squirrel.
Who was my member of the Emerald Enclave?
Grady.
Grady, that's right. Grady.
Yes.
This squirrel rushes right up to you. Stands in front of you. I mean, as squirrels stand, and then begins to grow. And as it grows, its fur sheds, and its arms elongate, and its tail disappears, and it becomes a halfling standing before you. And it looks you square in the eyes, and it says, "Greetings, brother. I'm glad you've received my message."
Yes, you've summoned. How can I help?
Well, I told you that the people of Cobble's Hill were going to venture into the woods, and, as you may have noticed by now, they did. If you're going to go in looking for them, I urge you to treat peacefully with the people of Greenhall if you encounter them. The Emerald Enclave has a valuable alliance with the Elves of Greenhall. They provide resources that can only be found in the Quivering Forest. I ask that you do what you can to appease the elves and maintain good relations with them.
Can you serve as our ambassador and give me a note or something that would let them know that we come peacefully on behalf of the Emerald Enclave?
You should have an item indicating your membership in the Emerald Enclave. I forget. I think the Emerald Enclave gets cloak clasps. I think that's what their item is. Like, for instance, Harpers have pins that look like harps. Lords Alliance members get medallions, I think. No, they get emblems or badges. And Order of the Gauntlet gets pendants. And if you're a member of the Emerald Enclave, you have a cloak clasp that looks kind of like a leaf and indicates your membership in the Emerald Enclave. He says, "Just show them that pin, brother, and they will recognize you."
All right. What is your name? I didn't get that.
Oh, sorry. He actually did not introduce himself. I'm not used to speaking with people. My name is Brennan. I'll type it out in case you want to have it spelled.
Oh yeah, I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, he didn't tell you. He's not used to talking to people and doesn't often use his name.
Do I recognize him as a druid?
He is a druid, certainly.
Are any of our party hurt?
No one else in your party is a druid.
Hurt. Damaged.
Oh, no one's hurt either.
Okay. I will go to Greenhall, speaking to Brennan. I will go to Greenhall on behalf of the Emerald Enclave and offer our assistance to whatever we can. Are you able to offer any kind of blessing to us as we go?
No, I lack such powers, but I can offer some advice. Beware the creatures of the forest, friend. They are terrible indeed, and not just the Fae. There are other dangers that lurk in these woods. Stay on the path. For goodness sake, stay on the path. Do not stray, and you will find Greenhall safely.
Actually, Ginny Greenteeth has greatly wronged us and caused turmoil among the citizens of, oh God,
Cobble's Hill.
Cobble's Hill Township.
Alright, I'll put it in the, it's a farming combine, meaning that it's not really a place where they live, it's just got like a collection of buildings where they gather. They actually have
All right.
homesteads spread around the area.
We'd like to be able to locate and put an end to her threat.
Your business with Green Teeth is your own. I am concerned with the alliance between the Emerald Enclave and the elves. But if you go against that creature, I wish you luck. Unfortunately, I can offer you no further assistance. Beyond these words, stay on the path.
All right. To the best of to the best of my ability, I will maintain the pact
Thank you.
between Green Hall and Cobble's Hill.
And the Emerald Enclave.
I'm about that.
He turns into a squirrel again and scampers off up a tree and disappears into the forest.
Great. So, did anybody else need me to tell them about what I just heard? I mean, they heard it, right?
Yeah, they heard it. He wasn't speaking in Druidic or anything.
Great.
Alright, so continuing along your way. It's about a couple days' journey to Greenhall. So you will have 2 days of hard travel through the forest ahead of you. Nothing happens on the first day of travel. As the sun falls, though, the forest becomes cast in utter darkness. It will be impossible to navigate by night unless you bring some light to bear. And also, it's rather tiring trudging through the forest, so it may be about time to set camp.
Yes, and we could use the rest.
Alright. If
Yeah, we
you
definitely can.
if you desire to set camp, there does not appear to be a nice flat place for you to lay out a tent or any bedrolls. You'll basically just kind of have to lay yourselves out along the trail as best you can. Else venture off into the woods to try to find a meadow or something. What do you want to do?
So, is this the forest road map?
No, I will show you a map that is... Oh, yeah, it is the forest road map, but the forest road map is kind of an abstraction of the forest. I will use this to represent various scenes along the road. So,
Okay.
don't get caught up in the spatial distances between things on this map. But I will put you guys on the forest road map. And you can arrange yourselves in whatever marching order you desire.
Can we set up the camp on the path, or just is there anything like on the side of the path so that we're not like on the path?
There does not appear to be. This path can hardly be called as such, and it is crowded tightly by trees and foliage.
We leave the path to set camp, or camp on the path.
Yeah, that's your option.
Alrighty then. My faith in the Emerald Enclave says we should have a watch and stay on the path.
Alrighty. So, let's set watch. So if you open up the party sheet, one of the tabs says order, and we can set a watch order. It is now pretty early at night. You guys will be taking an 8-hour rest, and while you do, we need to determine who takes first watch. Humans, halflings, or basically non-elves, can only be awake up to 2 hours each 8-hour rest for it to count as an 8-hour rest for them. So, but elves, on the other hand, can only need 4 hours of meditation for them to benefit from for them to benefit of the sleep component of a full rest. It still requires 8 hours of resting. So, who would like to take either the first 4 hours for an elf or the first 2 hours for a human?
I'll take the first 2 hours.
Alright. Or a halfling, I suppose. Alright, Grady takes first watch.
I'll take second.
Okay.
Voroth,
I'll take as much as I can because I only need the trance. So I'll take like 2 shifts.
Alright. With Grady taking first watch, Voroth taking second watch, and Mystic taking third and fourth watch, you have your watch schedule set up. And the rest of you can set camp. I would like for you to describe how you are setting camp.
I have a string and bell that I can non-magically create an alarm with.
Uh-huh, sounds good.
And I'll put that around on the path.
On the north or south side of you?
Yeah, I can only do it on one side, so I'm going to put it across the path on the...
You're heading from the south, just so you know. Alright, so you want to put it on the way toward which you're going.
Oh, well, let's put it behind us, because presumably Green Tree is behind us somewhere. Not Green Tree. Yeah, Green Tree. Jenny Green Tree.
Green Teeth.
Green Teeth.
I should really get in the habit of putting names in the chat log. I'll go ahead and spell her name out.
Alright. Alright. So can I make notations on the map?
Yes, you can actually. If you right-click on the map, you should have an option that looks kind of like a paintbrush, and if you hover over it, it says drawing, and you can draw things. If you click on the drawing thing, it will turn your cursor into a little quill, and you can scribble.
That's not very good, but does it look good? Does it look okay?
Let's see. I don't see it. It may only be visible to you. Let me test something. I just drew a line.
I see your line.
Yeah.
His line is to the northeast of yours. I drew a dot in the upper left corner to test it.
Yeah, it looks like it's not making your
Right,
drawings
so
visible.
right.
There is something
Alright.
you can do that will be visible to us, however. If you right-click on the map again, opening up the radial menu, there's a button that looks like a down right-pointing arrow, and that opens the pointers. Yeah, that way you can draw arrows, squares, circles, or cones, and you can use those to represent things, and we do all see those. Alright, now I see that scribble. I see your scribble now.
There's the alarm and a bell nearby where we've set up camp.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Mystic and Grimald, do you want to join the camp?
Yeah, sorry, I was drawing.
Grimald's over there scribbling furiously in his notes. Alright, so we have a bell set up. That's good. Anything else?
So, I'm just trying to understand this. So we're setting the spots where we're going to basically be resting. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
So, you know, being a wizard, I'd like to be in the middle, maybe.
Okay.
I guess we're all kind of, most of us are a little weak from the armor standpoint, correct?
Let's check. Looking at the party sheet, looks like, well, Grimald has 18 armor and Voroth has 19. Pretty good.
We should put those guys on the north, one on the north and one on the south of the rest of the party, just in case we get surprised. At least they can be like the tank on that side of the path. Is that acceptable with the party?
That makes sense, yeah.
It's fine with me.
Alright, Mystic begins handing down sage advice to the party about how to best arrange themselves.
I think we lost a guy.
Let's see, I see 5 people on the map. There are 5 people in the combat tracker, 5 people in... I don't think anyone's missing.
Yeah, I'm just missing a token, no big deal. It
Vor-
disappeared.
Voroth decided he didn't want to be alone. Alright. Alright. So you guys arrange yourselves for the night, setting up what defenses you are able to muster, and try to get some sleep in this horrible, horrible place. This haunted wood of sorts. The ground is uneven and denies you any comforts, but you are exhausted after your march after a fight, so sleep does come upon you easily, but your sleep is troubled by fits of wakefulness as sounds in the forest draw your attention, and you dream of dark things lurking in the woods. Okay. Let's see when this happens. Alright. During first watch, everyone is asleep except Grady, who is just kind of sitting around, making sure no trouble befalls his allies. However, Grady, you kind of glance over at Grimald, and you notice that he is not on the ground. He is, in fact, floating, asleep, a foot above the ground, and he is continuously drifting upward. How do you respond?
I'll call to wake the rest, and then I don't know. Is 37 pounds worth of halfling enough to keep the guy from floating away? Is this an illusion?
Grady?
Am I just tired? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Rub your eyes and make an investigation check.
And you probably don't think 37 pounds would make a difference, considering he's 7 foot.
He could at least try. He could at least try before Grimald flies away. Alright, you rub your eyes, and you've seen illusions before. I mean, this doesn't really have any of the signs of being an illusion. But you can run over there and try to pull him down if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna call to wake the others up. Call alert, alarm, whatever they want to hear to wake up.
Uh-huh.
And then, before Grimwald gets out of shape, I'll try and pull and Russell him.
Alright, you all awaken to see Grimald floating through the air with Grady about to leap upon him. The halfling jumps up and tries to grab the Goliath, who has floated a bit higher, and is able to catch hold of the back of his shirt. And surprisingly, you're able to pull him right down to the ground. It's as if he is weightless.
Nice.
Who was floating, Grimwald?
Yeah, Grimald. Lothos, as you awaken, you hear giggling? It sounds like there's someone far off in the woods laughing, like a But
Where do we hear the giggling from?
Only Lothos hears it. He's the only one with a high enough passive perception. But it appears to be emanating actually just a short distance off to the east, in maybe like some of the trees on the edge of the path there. Mystic, make an Arcana check for me. Grady, what are you doing?
Well, I want to look around to see if I perceive anything that has caused this.
Alright, make a perception check.
Yeah.
Alright, Grady, you look around, but it's really dark. It's nearly impossible to see. And you don't, but despite that, you don't see, you try focusing your senses in different ways. You don't see any sudden shifts in the shadows, nor do you hear any rustling of the leaves. But Mystic, you do think that this could be the work of some manner of fey creature. In particular, there is a brand of species of fae called pixies that are capable of casting spells that could cause a man to become weightless.
Light is a cantrip. Can our
Yes.
wizard
He can cast it
cast
freely.
light on an
Yeah, I was putting that in the chat. So if anyone needs to see, I can cast it. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, light us up a tree or something.
Okay. How about your weapon?
Whose weapon?
Your weapon.
Yours. Would you like to light on a weapon or some object other than a tree, or?
He can cast it on literally anything.
Yeah. Well, if you put it on an arrow, I could. The trees are too dense for me to shoot through the trees to very much distance. Are they?
They are incredibly thick.
I was just thinking something you can hold in her hand, like a torch. Okay.
If you want to pick up a rock that we can use or something,
I'll
you
do
can
that.
use your weapon.
DM, I'll
I don't-
cast it
I
on
don't care.
if there's just a stone nearby, and we could hold in our hand, use like a torch, or maybe we could even throw it if it's within the range of my casting ability to light up the woods.
There is a stone nearby. As you reach down to pick up a stone you espy, you note that lying next to it is what appears to be a small satchel made of leaves and bursting to the brim with berries. Just sitting right next to it.
I will continue with the rock and just note the berries mentally here right now, but not do anything.
Alrighty. Alright, you cast light upon a stone. It now sheds bright light in 20 feet and then dim light 20 feet beyond that. Now that you can all see, you look around, but still do not see anything. Lothos, you do, however, catch more of that giggling.
Okay.
I'll toss the rock towards where I heard the giggle. Do I hear the giggle, or am I interrupting?
Lothos is the one who hears the giggle, and I don't think he's told you
Okay.
about the giggling, has he?
Sorry, I apologize. If he tells me to do something, I will.
No, I haven't yet. I kind of turn the general vicinity. Maybe try to call out to the creatures, the pixies. Friends, can you maybe stop levitating my other friends? He's a light sleeper.
Mystic, when you note that Lothos is speaking in, I presume, common, you remember that pixies, as fey creatures, likely only speak Sylvan.
They can't understand you, Lothos. They speak magical language. Who did you hear, Lothos? What direction did you hear someone talking?
Okay, I'll go ahead and point out the general vicinity that I'm hearing voices.
Give
chuck that
Lothos the
rock.
stone and let him throw it.
Yeah, I toss it over to Lothos and say, hey, chuck this to where you heard so we can maybe see who it is.
I believe you can cast light on 2 objects at a time. Not
No,
sure.
he can only cast it
can't-
on one. As soon as he casts it on another object, the first one disappears.
Oh, all right.
Okay, well, I'll just chuck the rock in the general vicinity.
Alright, you chuck the rock in that general vicinity, and you hear what sound like little shouts of indignation, like, "Huh!" And then the flittering of wings. And then nothing. Silence.
Okay. Did someone have detect magic, and if so, is that a cantrip?
It's a ritual spell, meaning it takes him 10 minutes to cast it. He has to, like, lay down and light some candles and say a long string of phrases and stuff.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's like a, okay. I'd like to. I was going to suggest that we identify see if these berries are enchanted.
Yeah, I can do that as long as we don't mind taking 10 minutes.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay, I do so.
Alright, he sits down, lights some candles, prepares his ritual. And does anyone want to inspect the berries in the meantime, or just kind of let him handle it?
I'll let him handle it.
Alright. Letting the wizard handle it, you notice his eyes begin to glow faintly with the magic of the ritual. Casting your vision over the berries, you do not detect any magic upon them.
I'm proficient with an herbalism kit, dude. Does that get me anything?
Yeah, you can make a wisdom check and adding your proficiency bonus.
What is it?
You can either make a nature check or you can make an herbalism check, which is
Oh no, what did he have?
it's a little satchel of berries that he found on the ground. Also, if you look at Grimald, he is glowing with magic.
Oh.
How do I roll the wisdom check with proficiency?
Yeah. Just open up your character sheet and go into your skills tab. And in the bottom right corner, there's a brown button with a little diagonal slash mark on it. If you click on that and then go back up to the top of your skill sheet, you should notice now a green button with a plus sign on it next to your skills, the word skills. If you click on that, it adds an empty skill, and you can name it Herbalism Kit and tool its stat to being Wisdom.
That's pretty cool. What does that do? Oh no.
It allows you to create custom skills.
The herbalism kit?
Oh, the Herbalism Kit? The Herbalism Kit is an item that helps you... Poor Grimald.
Not a thing. I don't know anything about it.
Dang.
An Herbalism Kit allows you to work with, like, herbs and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, you don't recognize these berries.
Can I ritual cast Purify Food and Drink on them?
I don't think Purify Food and Drink is a ritual, is it?
It is.
Oh, it is? Then yeah, go ahead.
I will do so.
Alright. You prepare a ritual, and you cast Purify Food and Drink. If they were at all poisonous, they are no longer. Grady goes back to sleep while you guys are tinkering with these berries. You guys are weird. My shift's over. Let's see who's up next.
Well, I don't know what they are, but they're not poisonous. So
So-
if anybody wants any berries, enjoy. Now I'm going to sleep too.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. I mean, if it's okay with others, I'm just gonna put them. I'll pick them up and carry them, but I'd like to just take the small. It's a small basket, right? It shouldn't be much encumbrance. I'd like to take that with me in case down the road, if I'm in dire straits and feel like I need to try something that might imbue me with magic, I'll eat the berries.
You're really hopeful of there being magic, aren't you? Well, actually, these operate as 1 day's worth of trail rations. That is their item.
okay.
That is their item equivalent.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll carry them.
All right. So you guys gonna go to sleep?
So are the pixies gone? Can we try and communicate with them at all?
Lothos, the one with the keenest ears, does not hear any more chattering. The last you were able to tell of them, you heard that fluttering of wings as they appear to have fled when you cast the rock at them.
We didn't throw the rock at them. We just threw it in the woods, right?
You threw a rock at the location you presume to be the location where they were located.
Well, I'm asleep, so I can't do anything.
They might come back. You can always hope.
Yeah.
All right. Grady goes back to sleep, tired of this whole pixie business. It is Voroth's watch, and actually, Voroth's watch passes uneventfully, as does Mystic's. And the rest of you awaken in the morning, though it can hardly be called so, with what little light is able to penetrate the forest canopy. But your nighttime visitors do not appear to have returned.
Excellent. Did we get the rest so that we don't incur any lack of sleep deficiency?
Yes.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Alright, Grady goes and takes his bell and string. And you all go ahead.
I'll forage for birds' eggs for breakfast.
Okay, make a survival check. Oh man.
Okay, so I'm eating dried fish this morning.
I have
Well, a
rats.
survival check doesn't kill you, right?
I think the standard adventurer's pack, if your first new character, comes with rations.
Yeah, it does. You do manage to find a rock. It doesn't look edible, but it's a rock.
With weight.
Yeah, all manner of things you can do with a rock. Grady gnaws dismally on dried fish. Alright, well, that was a strange evening. You guys want to proceed?
Yep.
I think so.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Grady, I think you should get inspiration for gnawing dismally on dried fish. That has to be one of the best things I've ever seen.
Did you just add that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
If you look at your character sheet, in the top, like near the top right corner, there's a thing that says INSP, that's your inspiration.
Yeah. I was going to click it, but it's already clicked.
I did it, because I have mad skills.
Alright.
I can access all of your character sheets, actually. Make you
Great.
all level 20, or give you 0 hit points. In any case, you wish to continue to Greenhall?
No foreshadowing, please.
What?
0 hit points.
Alright,
I'll keep an eye out for our pixie friends as we proceed.
alright.
And I'm always looking for traps.
You don't... you kind of think about it, and you don't really know what a pixie looks like. But you can make a perception check to look for traps, I suppose.
Oops. Dropped it in the wrong place, I guess.
Alright. Oh, that's a nature check. You think that this forest looks very natural.
Alright. Anyway, on to Greenhall.
Alright. You continue on your way. It is the morning of the second day. You proceed along... Well, it's actually nice and cool in the forest, thanks to the canopy, but again, with that coolness comes with it, a great deal of darkness, and it's kind of a slow trudge as well through this path. Eventually, about noon of the second day, something happens. You smell it before you see it. Rounding a bend in the path, you find the body of a male human lying face down in the dirt with a half-dozen arrows embedded in his back. As you approach, a cloud of flies takes flight, filling the air with the drone of their wings. Alright, so now I'm going to put you guys down. Huzzah. And I'm going to use a zombie token to denote the body. So I'm going to put a zombie on the map, but don't be afraid. It's just a dead body. Not a zombie at all. It's right there. His clothes are simple homespun, and he carries no weapon, aside from a strung shortbow and a shabby longsword sheathed at his hip. He also wears a satchel slung over his shoulder, the flap-buckled clothes.
Are the flies dangerous?
When you approach, the cloud of flies just kind of lifts from the body and disperses into the woods. They do not attack you.
Alright. Is there any danger?
Is there any danger? There's always danger, friend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, you can have a grenade under it.
You can go investigate it for a grenade.
Okay. Well, whatever traps or anything, somebody else will go to magic. So I'm gonna use my dagger to remove the satchel
Okay, sounds
from the
good.
body and then back off.
Alright, you kind of poke over the corpse. You don't see anything that looks overtly dangerous, and not wanting to touch the nasty thing, you cut the strap on the satchel and pull it away. Inside the satchel is it looks to be about 10 days worth of food, a dagger, a bundle of 10 arrows, a single ruby of pretty nice size, looks like it'd be worth some money, and a crude sketch of the area. The sketch of the area appears to depict that green hall. Go ahead.
Go ahead and tell us about the sketch.
Alright, the sketch appears to indicate that green hall is about half a day's travel away.
I'll add the arrows to my quiver.
Okay.
Just the map.
Just a moment. I can add those to you automatic-like. If I put this...
Great.
Right. Where'd it go? If I put this here...
You said it's just a rotting corpse. Can you see any apparent wounds? What killed
Arrows
it?
in its back.
Oh, is that what I missed that? Okay.
Yeah, they're the arrows in its back.
Okay, that's pretty clear.
The map I'll give to the party, and the ruby I'll add to the party treasure.
Alright, it is added to the party treasure. And, Mystic picks up the short bow. It's valued at... Oh, I've already put it in the party treasure, too. You don't know its exact value, but it's probably worth, tens of gold pieces.
Tens. Okay. I don't seem to have gotten any arrows.
Look in your inventory, not in your ammo. The ammo and the inventory do not sync up. You have to do the ammo on your action tab by yourself.
All right. The dagger. Oh, those are actually my things. So, what do I do? Take them out of inventory and put them in the quiver?
No, you just have to back in your character sheet or back in your actions tab. If you click on the ammo 40, if you click on the 40 number, left click that once and then type a new number, like so.
All right.
We should probably take the time to make sure none of it's magic, at least to make sure that it's not another thing like the hairpin.
Yeah.
So I'll ritual cast detect magic.
Alright, Mystic sets down to start a ritual. Is there anything the rest of you want to do?
That's Grimald.
I've discarded
sorry.
everything else.
Okay.
Alright, as you're poking over the body... Just a moment, setting some things up.
Can I have 10 of those arrows? Whoever grabbed those arrows?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Alright, as you're setting up your ritual and the rest of you are poking over the body, something leaps from the brush. A dark form closes upon you, and with claw and tentacle, you are under attack. Roll initiative.
Okay.
Alright. You are all caught by surprise because they rolled higher stealth than your perception, as these large panther-like creatures, but with tentacles emerging from their barbed tentacles emerging from their backs, leap out of the foliage, bearing down upon you. As they approach, they appear to shift position. It may be appearing to be running straight at you, but then suddenly it's over there. No, it's over there. No, it's over there. You can't quite put a beat on it. It appears to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And one of them emerges from the forest, and the barbed tentacles on its back lash out. One heading toward each of Grady and Lothos. Lothos leaps nimbly out of the way, but Grady is unfortunately too slow and is smacked painfully. The barbed tentacle slamming into him and cutting into his flesh with its hooked nastiness. Voroth is
Really?
caught by surprise.
14?
Yes, 14 damage. They're nasty beasties.
Wow. That's a
Alright,
level
let's
1
see
to
what
4
I can do.
adventure, right?
Yes.
Since you can't.
And they have been, I have, what was it? What's the word? Adjusted them for your party strength. They are still rather nasty beasts, though. Alright, one comes loping around the corner here.
Actually, you missed because my AC isn't right.
Oh, your AC's not set up correctly? I thought a 14 was kind of, or a
Armor on.
14 is kind of a low. What kind of armor do you have?
I'm wearing leather armor, I think.
Armor is one of the only things that's not automatic.
Studded leather.
Aha, studded leather. So then your armor class is 15.
It should be 16.
Studded leather just gives a +2, doesn't it? Let me double check that.
I know it's 16, but the other one was wrong too. Let's see.
Studded leather makes your armor class 12 plus your dex modifier. Your dex modifier is 3, so your armor class is 15.
Okay.
But
So just-
the tentacle
alright.
does slam against your armor, cutting a gash in it, but leaving you otherwise unharmed. I will remove the damage.
Make sure you set it up now, though.
I've changed it for you, sorry. Just for future reference, I have a bad tendency of doing that. If you go to your main tab, near the middle of the sheet, you can see your AC, initiative, and speed. There's a magnifying glass to the left of those three fields. If you click on that, it opens up the combat calc window, and in the bottom row is armor, and I'd set your armor bonus to 2 because studded leather makes your armor bonus 12 plus dex, and it already has a 10 built in. So that's 10 plus 2 plus your full dex gives you armor class 15.
Alright.
Alright, Displacer Beast. Hey, Voroth. Tried to get away. Sneaky devil. I know you were there.
That one trying to get away. I was doing my move action so I could do a breath weapon without hitting my party.
Ah, you didn't have an action because you have been caught by surprise, so you lose your first
yeah.
round of. You lose your first round. All right, this Displacer Beast lopes around the corner and lashes a tentacle out at Voroth and Grimald. Missing both of them, clattering harmlessly against Voroth's armor and against Grimald's armor. They are both well defended. Lothos.
Alright. Let me move between all three of these guys and
Alright, Lothos. Let me check something. Huddles between his 3 allies, and you are hidden. Alright, you let fly a crossbow quarrel from amongst your friends, but the beast leaps aside. Oh, I forgot to set up something, sorry. Like I mentioned, the beasts project false images of themselves that make them look like they are elsewhere. So, all attacks against them have disadvantage.
What did they do?
They like blink in and out of kind of position.
Yeah, so like if you look at one, suddenly it's actually over there. No, it's over there. Like,
In a
no,
weird-
right next to it. They project false images of themselves to make them look like they are elsewhere when they're actually not elsewhere.
All right.
They displace themselves. Alright, Grady.
I will use that. Okay. Are they positioned where they belong?
Yep.
10, 15. I'm going to move 15 feet.
Okay.
Use my inspiration to negate the disadvantage.
Alright. So just click the advantage button
Is that
before you
right?
roll. Yep. Just click the advantage button before you roll and it will negate it.
Use my standard action to take a shot with the bow.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Alright, which one are you attacking?
The one that has the most people between me and it. The east one.
Alright.
Oh, I need to target it.
Now, sometimes if you forget to target, that happens. You should be able to reach into the chat window and left click on that roll and drag it on top of the one you want to target. Give that a try. Ta-da! That's a hit.
Great. All right. So, how do I add my sneak attack again?
Let's make sure it's set up right. Alright, you need to click on the button that looks like a little... Yeah, that one.
And
Alright.
my cunning action to hide.
Alright, roll stealth. You notice as your... That was your short sword, but your short bow does the same amount of damage, right?
That should have been my bow.
No,
I
it
pulled
says
the bow over.
it says short sword in the chat window, but it's the same damage, so it doesn't matter. In any case, as your arrow pierces into the creature's hide, it ceases displacing. It is now definitely in one place.
Which one was that?
It was Displacer Beast 4.
Okay, thanks.
Alright, Grady.
So you guys, I'm hiding behind you. Don't move too much. There's somebody within 5 feet of them.
Alright. When you're done, click the down arrow on the combat tracker, please.
Oh, yeah. Combat. Down. There we
Alright.
go.
Mystic, you're up.
Okay. One second. I'll go for Ray of Frost on the Displacer Beast that's closest to me, the east one there. I'll target it, and then I will move away. So let me go do that now.
Alrighty. You turn toward the Displacer Beast, who is mere feet from you. And a bluish-white ray of magical energy issues forth from your hand, but the Displacer Beast rolls to the side, and it slams against a tree, spreading frost across its barks. And you try to get away from that beastie, cowering behind the cowering halfling.
That's right.
Alright. Grimald, you're the one who is casting the ritual, right? Your trance is disturbed.
How far can I move and still cast a spell?
Your full movement.
So if I moved like there, I'd still be able to do it?
Yep. You can even move, cast a spell, then keep moving.
Be careful now that you're near because of tax of opportunity.
I just can't tell how far away Grady is. Would that be 15 or more than 15?
Grady is 15 feet away from you.
Just outside of it or just inside of it?
He is exactly 15 feet away from you.
You could target the person to see if you ever needed to.
That's true. You can also target your peers, your friends, and it will draw a little arrow between you and them.
Oh, okay. It says 20 where I am here.
Oh, that's wrong. The Fantasy Grounds has 5e did away with that diagonal movement thing, but Fantasy Grounds is still stubborn and insists on having.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You are still 15 feet away from him. If you can count 3 squares out, that's 15 feet.
So I'd have to go like there?
Where are you? I mean, what are you trying to? How are you trying to maneuver? You are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 feet away from Grady.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm outside of 15. So once I'm outside of 15, I cast Thunder Wave. Everything within 15 makes a con save or takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away. If they make the save, they take 1d8 thunder damage.
Ah, Thunder Wave, contrary to a lot of people's thoughts, does not emanate from you. It is a 15-foot cube originating from you. And the way
I don't need to move at all then.
Yeah, the way cubes work is that the origination can be any point on its surface. So basically, you can just put a 15-foot cube anywhere out as long as the cube touches your square. You actually can make it emanate from you, but that would also mean that you're in the area effect of the spell.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Let me set up your save DC was not set up properly. If you go to your Actions tab, and on the Spells Level 1 header, there's a magnifying glass next to Spells Level 1. If you click on that, you open up a window that says Power Group Spells, and you want to change the ability to Wisdom by just left-clicking it several times until it says WIS.
Sometimes you have to click the little drop down. It's the magnifying glass.
Have you found the magnifying glass next to Spells Level 1?
Yeah, I think I got it. I changed type to Wisdom.
Excellent. Oh, no, not the magnifying glass next to Thunderwave. It needs to be the one that is immediately to the right of the word Spells Level 1. It is
That one?
Yes, that one. Excellent. Now you're notice how your DC went from a 10 to a 12. It's because it hadn't keyed your ability score correctly. Now it is keyed to your Wisdom, and all your save DCs under Spells Level 1 heading will be keyed to your Wisdom modifier.
Alright, nice, thank you.
Alright, now target the... Oh, you had...
Oh, I tried to cast it.
You had all 3 of them targeted. Alright, in any case, you did, you stomp your foot on the ground, and a cube of compressed air slams toward the beast, but it rolls out of the way, completely avoiding the effects of your spell.
Ah, okay.
In fact, as it rolled away, it kind of, you notice it looked like it kind of shifted a little bit in space, almost like kind of a really, really short-range teleport or something. It somehow magically avoided the effect of your spell. When it would have taken half damage for succeeding, it otherwise took none.
Oh, now I gotta hit done, I think.
Yep. Alright, that Displacer Beast comes forward and lashes a tentacle each at Lothos and T-Leaf, or at Lothos and Voroth. Alright, it slams into Voroth's armor, clattering harmlessly against it, but T-Leaf gets a nasty blow.
I use Riposte.
Alright, go for it.
Give me a second.
With surprising finesse, the bulky fighter uses the momentum of the lash, of his dodge from the lash, to throw his weight back against the Displacer Beast, hitting it with his magical longsword.
What just happened?
He is a fighter who is using the riposte maneuver. Basically,
Very cool.
yeah, he used the momentum from the Beast Zone strike to strike out against it.
Awesome. Thanks.
Alright. You strike the beast, and I need to check something.
I have a question too. If you have a reaction ability, when can you do that?
Anytime the reaction is triggered. Even if it's not your turn.
Doesn't matter if I just cast a spell or any of that.
Doesn't matter. But you have only one reaction per turn, so once you spend your reaction, you have to wait for your turn to come back for you to get your reaction back. There are also various other circumstances that could do it, like if you have a spell reaction, you may not have enough spell slots, or you may have already used a spell. In any case, I'm checking something. Alright. After you strike the creature, it vanishes and reappears close nearby, and then vanishes there and reappears close nearby. It appears to have begun displacing again. Voroth.
Mm. think I'll just use a breath weapon.
Go for it.
All right. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, roll the save first.
Yeah, I know that was an accident.
Alright. Voroth unhinges his jaw and lets forth a stream of lightning at the Displacer Beast, who, with supernatural agility, leaps above the beam, completely ignoring it.
Woo.
You guys might be immune to magic, guys. I'm not sure. I can't remember the rules.
Well, it's not that it...
They have evasion.
Yeah, it's not that it absorbed it, it's that it dodged it.
Yeah, I missed.
Oh, okay.
Alright, this Displacer Beast is going to try to hammer Voroth and Grimald again. It thinks they look tasty. They have a lot of meat on their bones. Alright, and it slams its tentacles into both of them. Alright, the slam from the tentacle strikes Voroth painfully, and Grimald so painfully that he crumples unconscious in a heap. Lothos.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me move myself over here because I'm a scared cat. And let me go ahead and roll to hide again.
Go for it. I like how you guys are like leapfrogging the hides. Alright, yeah, you're hidden from Displacer Beast 4, but 8 can see you clearly.
Okay, that's fine. Are rolls against Displacer Beast 4 still with disadvantage?
That's automatic. Just roll.
Okay, just roll attack.
Uh-huh. But be sure that you click the advantage button to cancel it out.
Ah, dang it. Okay, hold on. Alright, let's try that again.
Go for it. Drag that onto Displacer Beast 4. You can drag that result from the chat window onto the Displacer Beast.
Okay.
Alright, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
And that's a sneak attack, right?
Yep. No. You lose sneak attack because you have disadvantage, and there's no one within 5 feet of it. Unless you have someone within 5 feet of it, you have to rely on the advantage mechanic to get your sneak attack. But whenever you have disadvantage, you lose sneak attack.
Okay, do I click that again and turn it off, or?
No, only the DM can remove it. It's gone.
Okay.
Alright, you fire your crossbow into the displacing beast, who roars in anger at the assault on its body, but it momentarily stops displacing. Grady.
All right, so everybody ran away from it, meaning that nobody's within 5 feet of it, right?
Exactly.
And it's shifting again.
Displacer Beast 4 is not displacing, but 8 is.
So I still have advantage on 4.
You do not have advantage on 4.
Why not?
Because it's just a creature and there's no reason you have advantage.
I was hiding.
Oh, the person you were hiding behind crumpled to the ground, leaving
I'm
you...
still behind Grimal.
Yeah, but he's on the ground.
Is he hurt?
Yeah, he's flat out on the ground, unconscious.
Oh, give me a second. Unconscious and dying or unconscious?
Unconscious and dying.
Great. And Boroth also dying?
Nope, Voroth is still standing strong,
But I am hurt.
but he is hurt. But I could use your aid.
Alright, so I have healer's kits.
Uh-huh.
Does that take a standard action or a bonus action?
It's an action.
I will use my... Do I need to leave stealth? I'm not in stealth.
Yeah, you're
Ran.
not in
Everybody
stealth at all.
ran.
Yeah, they started leapfrogging the hiding thing. Everyone wants to hide, not just you.
I'm not hiding.
I'll
Except
use
Voroth.
my standard...
Okay.
I'll use my standard action to stabilize Grimal.
Okay. Grimald is stabilized. You apply some first aid to staunch the flowing blood, and he looks to be not dying.
And... I don't know. I don't think there's really anything useful for me to do. If everybody else is going to run away too, I can't go hide behind them.
The trees to your left are exceptionally
Oh,
thick.
yeah.
You could try to hide in there.
There we go. I'll use my bonus action to hide then.
Alright, roll stealth.
Since my entire party
Yeah, I mean,
Says the man who's trying to hide. Alright, Grady.
has the same idea. I wasn't being critical.
Grady leaps into the foliage and takes cover in the brush. Yes, you do have to be conscious to use your reaction. Unless the reaction specifically says otherwise.
The
No,
healing
no,
kit
it says
just
after I take a
stabilizes
hit, I
him.
can do it.
Yeah, the healing kit just stabilized him. He is still unconscious.
I
Alright,
could have given him a healing potion, but
when you're
thank you
done,
for stabilizing me.
when you're done, press the down arrow.
Oh gosh.
Alright, Mystic, you're up.
alright, let me see what I can do here.
If you can, try and get within 5 feet of one of these things. It gives both of your rogues sneak attack damage.
Alright, the wizard lets fly a firebolt, just barely grazing the creature as the flames pass into the trees. It has some singed fur and growls at you. Grimald is unconscious but stable. Displacer Beast 4 actually tucks tail and runs, disappearing into the woods.
Yeah, that's right. You better run.
Voros.
Well, I'm gonna try and help my rogue buddies out and get close.
Alright. Voroth has heard your words, Grady. and he wades into the fray. The displacer beast is blinking in and out all around you, growing steadily closer.
Alright, let's do this. Oh wait, I didn't target him yet. There we go.
It is in your sights, Voroth.
Let's do this. Oops.
Yeah, you had
Okay.
disadvantage.
Oh yeah.
Alright, you swing Talon at the creature who is not there, and Talon collides harmlessly into the ground.
I'll use precision die. Ooh.
Okay.
Let's see. I gotta roll a d8.
Alright. As your sword passes through the creature's image, you immediately perceive that you have missed, but you catch sight of it in the corner of your eye, and lash out your blade to the side, striking the creature. Roll for damage. Alright, it takes 6 damage as your magical longsword bites into its flanks.
Thought you can get away from me, huh?
Fighter's got some cool features.
Yeah, because they're this is their bread and butter, swinging their sword at things. So they're determined to hit.
And
Alright.
holding a shield against him.
Yeah, and holding a shield sometimes. Or holding 2 swords. Sometimes 1 sword with 2 hands. Mix it up a little bit. Alright, this displacer beast gets down on its haunches and disengages from you and lopes past you and slinks off into the woods to the east.
Don't you run from me!
No, please run from us.
What do you guys want to do now?
I'm just gonna say that
Count our
next time
blessings
we're
that we
in
didn't
combat-
die.
Next
We
time
need
we're
to
in
kill
combat,
Grimald.
I'm gonna
I will
continue to
be-
nap.
next time we're in combat, I'm gonna always try to protect myself. I have 7 hit points, so I'm just saying that now so that you know my tactic going in next time.
I forewarn you, my friends. I am squishy. Very, very squishy.
I expended 2 superiority die in that fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
What a
cast my
shame.
mage armor. It lasts for 8 hours.
Alright. You cast a spell and you're surrounded by a protective barrier of force. You feel a little better.
Thanks.
Well, at least I'll be able to get my die back.
You do still have an unconscious cleric.
Wait. Oh, is Grimald the one that's unconscious?
Yep.
How long does it take for me to wake up?
It will take you 2 hours.
Alright, he can have one of my healing potions.
Ooh, someone has healing potions.
Oh yeah, I forgot to buy some before this quest started.
If you wait 2 hours and I wake up, and then we rest more, I can use my medicine skill to make us heal faster? Is that correct?
Do you have the healer feat?
Oh no, not the healer feat. I have medicine skill.
Then no. The medicine skill can, at best, keep someone from dying. It cannot actually give them hit points.
Okay.
Because basically it amounts to applying mundane first aid, which, of course, cannot actually heal people. It can only help their bodies heal themselves.
I apparently need to go get a pencil. I will be right back.
Go for it. I'm gonna go take a bio break real quick. I'll be right back while you guys discuss what you want to do next.
Okay.
Alright, I'll take a big break then too.
I love how you call it a bio break.
what are we doing?
So the beasts are gone, and the zombie body is still there. I guess we should, as a group, we have some people missing right now, but my recommendation would be that we continue where we left off before we got hit by the beast, which was about to either examine the corpse or examine what was in the satchel. I'm not quite sure where we were.
Grimald was in the middle of casting Detect Magic upon it. Did you guys give him a healing potion?
Or do you want to wait 2 hours and I'll wake up myself?
No, I mean, let's see, 2
At
hours
least let me-
is 2 hours is a little more than a short rest. And short rest, you get, I think you might get some. We can get the DM to chime in here, but you might get some hit dice back. I'm not sure.
You cannot benefit from a short rest while you are unconscious due to wounds. So it will take
I
him.
mean the others.
Yeah, everyone else will get a benefit of a short rest if you guys can rest an hour without these things coming back.
Oh, it might be worth a
Right.
shot.
That's the risk. We could save the potion and let him wake up naturally in 2 hours. Take the short rest for those that are conscious, so that Lothos and Voros can gain some hit points back, and Mystic will just stand to guard.
And when I wake up, I can pop myself with a Cure Wounds, too. But
That's the troubles of the cleric being unconscious. If only I were conscious to heal myself.
What time is it?
It is early in the afternoon.
Too early to camp?
I mean, it's never too early to camp, but if you do
Yeah,
camp,
let's just take a short rest.
it'll be night when you're done sleeping, assuming you make it through the night.
We might have to deal with more random encounters and stuff. Let's either short rest it or fast track it with the potion.
Well, the potions are kind of expensive.
They are expensive.
And short rest.
I think the short rest, because it gives everybody a chance to get some health.
Alright, you guys got lucky. It would appear the Displacer Beast had their fill of you when they first struck.
Lucky's what we wanted.
However, while you are resting, one of you looks over and does see a dark shape disappearing back into the woods, and the body is now gone.
Oh, creepy.
That can't be good.
But
Did I catch anything?
Yeah,
Did
that's
I
not
see
that's
any-
not a good sign.
Did I see the body walk away because it was a zombie, or did I see someone drag the body away?
let's see.
Just a second.
Let's look at who has a high passive
ahead.
perception. Lothos has a high passive perception. Lothos, you saw. Everyone else is like, "Whoa, what the heck was that?" And Lothos, you think you caught a shadow that looked vaguely feline.
Okay. Sounds like the Displacer Beast ate it.
But otherwise, you do get the benefit of a short rest. Except Grimald, who at the end of 2 hours has 1 hit point.
Wow, that sucks.
Alright, well, I'd like to cast my Cure Wounds on myself.
Go for it.
Well, you're gonna only get to do that once per long rest. Well, I mean,
I have 1
It
hit
takes-
point, I really don't have a
it
choice.
takes a. We could just rest here for.
No,
8
no.
hours.
That's not practical. We need to keep moving.
I love how the forest is
so-
tearing you apart.
Okay.
Well, if we're going to take a long rest, I would cast it anyway.
Yeah. All right.
I'd
We
rather
just
take
took
the
the
rest
rest.
so I can get my
We just took a rest.
superiority die back.
Oh yeah, Voroth additionally, well, on a short rest, gets his superiority dice back. Oh, and the rest of you can spend hit dice. For those of you new to Fantasy Grounds, I will teach you how to spend hit dice. I think a few of you don't have your things set up right.
Looks like I'm at full hit points, by the way. That's probably not correct.
Who should not be at full hit points?
Grimald.
Grimaud. No, you have only 1 hit point. See, there's the HP, and that is the HP field is your maximum HP. The TMP field is any temporary HP you have, and the WND field is how many wounds you have. So you have 1 wound. Oh, you're right. Never mind. You're right. You have 10 wounds, which leaves you at 1 hit point. There we go. Much better.
All right, you were telling us how to add our hit dice.
All right, I think a few of you don't have your character sheets set up right to be able to do that automatically. But it looks like Voroth and Lothos are the only ones who have their character sheets set up right to do that.
So tell us how, rather than doing it.
Yeah. Here's how to properly do it. This in fixing this, it may cause some more issues you'll have to fix. If you go to the main tab of your character sheet, under the class and level header, there's a magnifying glass. If you click on that, it opens up a window that says class and level and then your character name. And in that box, you should see your class and then the level and your hit die size. You need to... That's what I figured. Alright. You need to open up the library, which is accessible via a button on the right-hand side of your screen, and click on the Player's Handbook, and then click on the Classes category, and then you need to drag your class into that box, into that class and level box, and that will populate your character sheet with all of the things associated with being level 1 in your class, including giving you the proper hit dice. Now, if you do that while you have your character sheet set up like this, it's going to give you additional hit points, and it's going to maybe duplicate some of your class features, because I noticed some of you put those in manually. Fantasy Grounds has a means of doing that not manually. That when you drag in the class thing into this box, it will give you all of the things you would gain associated with being level 1 in your class.
Including a level?
Yeah, it will also give you a level. So if you're going to do this, you'll first need to delete the class you have there already by right-clicking on it and then clicking on the skull and crossbones. Then dragging the one from the Player's Handbook into that box. And then you also need to reset your hit points. You also need to reset your hit points back to the values they should be, because when you drag a level in here, it's going to give you more hit points.
Oh.
Now, if you don't want to bother with all that mess right now, you can just roll the size of your hit die, and I will manually give you that much healing.
Yay.
So...
What?
Lothos rolls all 3 of his hit dice.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional.
How many did you intend to roll?
I just intended to roll 1, and it only subtracted 1 from my total.
Oh, that's weird.
That is super weird.
That is true. It only subtracted 1. Let's see. How much wounds did you have? Do you remember?
10.
You had 10 wounds. All right. On the first die, I'll just take the highest there. You recovered 8, so you have 2 wounds left.
Fair enough.
Exceptionally fair. It's beyond fair. It's uber fair.
It's super duper fair.
You just had super advantage basically on your health, on your hit dice check.
Did it accidentally give me an extra level when I did that? Did we saying that?
I forgot it.
Because it says I have max 22 hit points now, and that can't be right.
Deception.
Oh, Grimald. Oh, it's set up right now. Yep, it's all better.
I set it back to 11 with 10 wounds.
Perfect.
No, not deception.
Alright, I'm gonna cast my Cure Wounds on myself, because I clearly need to.
Alrighty.
Nice roll, dude.
You just cast it on Grady by accident. Who was not wounded, so it didn't... I'll just apply the 10. That was a perfect 10. You are now fully healed. The might of Stronmaus fills you.
Alright, thank you.
And you are ready for the road ahead.
Okay. Watch that target.
Continuing.
Alright. Continuing on your way to Green Hall.
I am out of first level spells.
Weak. Silly level 1 cleric. Man, I don't know why my
I'll
dice...
let you cast 2.
I don't know why my dice take so long to roll. In any case, you arrive at Green Hall unaccosted. I have a new map. Map. Un moment. Need to set a few things up.
It would have been really interesting if they'd had to carry me.
Grady, stop dropping on the desk. Stop tapping.
It's the thunder of Stormmouse. It's a hymn to Stormmouse. He's kind of humming and like a.
He's
Who's
laughing at us.
thumping? Did you say I'm thumping?
Someone with the open mic is tapping on the desk or something, and it was transmitting.
Yeah, we're getting like a broom, 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 broom sound. In any
I'll turn
case,
my lamp on and off.
here's the new map. It may be like maybe someone tapping against the it could even be like air rushing against your microphone doing that. In any case, here's the new map, and I'll put you guys on the path, and you can arrange yourselves in whatever order you want, and then I have some read aloud text, so don't move beyond the path yet. Shasha, shasha, shasha. Alright, you enter a wide glade of surpassing beauty, surrounded by a ring of tall trees. Small shelters have been built halfway up the trees, accessed by spiraling staircases that circle the thick trunks. A handful of elves meander about daily life here. Upon seeing you, some of them call out in alarm and flee into the shelters, while others grab weapons and head in your direction. They stop 30 feet away from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it is. They stop 30 feet away from you, and spread out before one calls out in Elvish. You should not be here. Leave this place, and take your town stink with you. Do it quickly, else we cut you down where you stand. How do you respond?
I call out that I come intending to maintain the agreement with the Emerald Enclave and show them my badge of belonging.
If you wish to maintain friendly relations with the Emerald Enclave, then you would do well to leave and never return.
I was told by Brennan that you would welcome me.
I do not know who this Brennan is, but he was mistaken. We do not welcome any to our hall. This is our place, not yours. Be gone from here.
All right. I've not negotiation, so I'll leave it to the rest.
With all due respect, we're just here to find the people who went missing in this forest.
Ah, so you seek those foolish humans of Cobble's Hill who dared venture into the quivering forest. We saw them.
Where they are.
We saw them a 10-day-and-a-half ago. They were starved and exhausted, and stumbled into our glade, rambling about an insane woodworker who didn't mean us any harm. However, we had not seen a woodworker, insane or otherwise. In fact, the villagers were the first humans we had seen in centuries. We have been getting a lot of visitors as of late, and we do not appreciate visitors. We chase them off, as we would you, with sling and arrow. They had no business being here, and neither do any of you.
We'll explain, what we know about who those humans were and why they were looking for the woodworker, and so at least the elves know what we know. Fill them in on what we know. That's what I'm trying to say.
These humans were foolish to come into the wood, in defense of their pact or not. It is clear in the treaty that any intrusion should dissolve the pact immediately. I suggest you be gone from this place, as it would appear the truce the Fae made with the humans has dissolved. It is no longer safe for any of your kind within these woods.
You're not curious why they would risk so much?
We are not. We care not for the humans or for the Fae. If you wish to discuss this pact, you should speak with the Fae of the forest. It does not concern us.
Nor how it might affect you?
We prefer to remain neutral as best we can. We care only for our own people, and thus far our neutrality has served us well. For centuries we have resided in these woods unmolested by either humans or fairies. We know to stick to our own, and they shall stick to theirs.
Again, up until recently, since
stressing,
people showed up.
Stressing the importance of this mission to the Emerald Enclave, I wish to try and persuade them to accommodate us in any way that they can.
As you are a member of a faction with which we are allied, we can help you. He gestures to one of the elves who runs into a hut and comes out and gives you each a loaf of trail bread and a skin of water. There, we have assisted you. Now, is there anything else with which we may help you?
Direction.
We can use a safe place to rest.
You may rest there, on that spot in the trail, but you may come no closer. Now, as for directions, that depends on where you wish to go. I would, by my choice, direct you out of the wood, back to the human settlement. But I presume you have something else in mind.
Right. We were sent here en route to find the hag, the
Jenny Greenteeth.
Greenteeth.
You are laughably naive to seek out the hag. She would surely kill you. What reason have you to find Jenny Greenteeth?
That's where our people are.
Ah, well, if your people have been found by the hag, then they are lost to you, and I suggest you abandon your search now and return home.
She has caused harm to ourselves and our friends, and we wish to confront her directly and resolve this.
Well, your quarrel is between you and the hag, and we shall not stand in your way. We can point you there if you are so desirous of death.
I do wish to know, other than that, the pact with the Emerald Enclave stands, and I will have no further trespass into your commune, hall.
He bows ever so slightly, almost mockingly, and says, "Agreed."
Then, after the directions are delivered, I move off and leave the rest of the party to decide what they're going to do. Far enough that I have no idea what they do.
Typical Emerald Enclave fashion. Don't care what everyone else is doing. Alright, he strides off.
He did say we could long rest here.
Brady, I think you should get inspiration for acting like a true member of the Emerald Enclave. Alright, he did say you could long rest in the path, but he was kind of being sarcastic there. You might get some...
I'm honoring... Yeah, if that's important to the Emerald Enclave Pact, then I'm gone. I'll go rest somewhere else.
Okay. What are the rest of you going to do? Brady indicates to the elves that he is done with them and just kind of checking, make sure everything's fine, and then leaves.
We did get the instructions, though.
Yes, you do have directions to Jenny Greenteeth.
If everybody else goes, obviously I'll go, but, you know, a long rest would be nice.
Would be nice.
We'll be taking a long rest.
If it's night, we should definitely rest because we don't want to travel in the woods at night for sure.
It is late in the evening at the moment.
And then we can just pick up in the morning. You said that not much light comes through, but some light comes through, right? I mean.
Yes, particularly around here, there is a parting in the trees. The elves appear to have found a rare glade and have claimed it as their home. Alright, so if you guys are actually gonna set up camp right there in the path, the elves just kind of glower at you hatefully, but he did say that you could sleep on the path there. 2 guards stand just uncomfortably close to you while you're resting during during your entire rest, while the rest of the elves go about their business.
That's
And
fine, at least
if you want to take a long rest, then you have time to take a long rest.
Let's do it.
Alright. You sleep right there on the path. The elves occasionally swap out, replacing one another.
Can I get an inspiration for arguing him into that, since that's my flaw?
Who was that?
Grimald.
Let's take a look. Argumentative. Your flaw is argumentative. Fine. Fine. Argumentative is rather vague, but okay. Because you asked so nicely. And because I think it's hilarious that you guys slept right on their doorstep. Like beggars. Alright. You take a long rest. And you can start proceeding toward the location that the elves indicated, if you so wish. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. My water bottle's empty.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I just, you know, my character is brand new, so I know we got a few level 3s and stuff. If, you know, you guys don't mind, Hag's supposed to be powerful. I just concerned for you guys.
Alright, I'm back. Let me set some things up.
Alright.
Alright. You guys wake up. Leave the elves, who appear happy to see you go. They prefer the sights of your backs rather than your fronts. And you follow their directions, heading along the trail to Jenny Greenteeth's place.
I have a question.
Yeah, ask away.
Did we throw the bone away?
Yes, you did.
It would be really cool to just throw the bone in their camp or something.
That's mean.
No, I honor the pact. I honored the Emerald Enclave pact, but too late.
Alright. As you proceed further into the woods, you can tell that this path is descending deeper into the heart of the forest. Whereas the trees were oppressive before, now they are overwhelming. They practically enclose the path in a tunnel of wood and leaves and branches. The sky above is completely blotted out, providing only what little illumination can eke through the leaves, casting dim green shadows all along. The path grows narrower and knottier and stonier, and overall the atmosphere of gloom intensifies to a level unprecedented in your adventures through the forest. The cries of animals falling prey to predators even drop off. The hum of insects vanishes, and you proceed in eerie silence. Eventually, however... Yeah, go ahead.
The cloak they gave us, can you describe that?
Oh, they gave you, Wait, are you talking about the elves?
Yeah, bread and...
They gave you bread and a skin of water each.
Oh, I thought you said they gave us a cloak.
I might have said a cloak. If I did, I misspoke.
Aw. Okay. I'm wearing a Feathergale night cloak, by the way.
That's nice.
It's not magical, but it sheds rain.
That's nice. Alright. From this dark, gloomy atmosphere, you emerge, or you round a bend in the path and come to a large clearing. The ever-present canopy is open here, thankfully, lending you your first view of the sky in days. There is a small cottage of neatly stacked logs, with a roof of tidily arranged shingles, grown over with moss on the far side of the glade. An open cook pit is in the center of the clearing, over which a large cooking pot hangs from a tripod of iron rods, bubbling and sending delicious-smelling steam into the air. The warmth and light of the fire and of the sky above warm you to the bones, banishing the forest's oppressive gloom. I'm going to put you guys on the map. And how do you wish to proceed?
Before we alert her, move stealthily around the perimeter in the trees to look for any signs of whoever lives here.
Alright, go ahead and roll a stealth check and then start moving your token in like 30-foot increments around the perimeter.
Alright.
Alright, when you approach the glade, Grady immediately launches into stealth mode. What do the rest of you do?
I think I'll join them.
Alright, and he starts sneaking through the trees as best he can. Joined by the other sneaky halfling.
We're all headed in the opposite direction.
Alright, just roll one stealth check. It will abstractly represent your sneaking around the perimeter until such a time as something interrupts your stealth. You head in opposite directions. Alright, as you guys kind of enter the clearing, stop right there. Vorath, don't even try to be sneaky. As you enter the clearing,
I think I might accidentally close the map.
it is accessible on the right side of your screen. There's a button that says Maps. Click on that, and that opens a window that says Images and Maps. The name of this map is Jenny Greenteeth's Hovel. If you click on that, it will open up the map again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Alright. There is one person who is not looking at the map. Let me try sharing it again. It was
Which map?
Vorath that closed his map. Alright, in any case,
Sorry about that.
you notice as you enter the glade that the sky above is not dark. Though you've been traveling for a while, you were pretty sure it was late in the evening. However, the sky above is the sky of early evening, dusky, with stars kind of mingling with the sunlight of a setting sun. The glade is filled with warm, delicious odors of the bubbling stew above the fire, and flowers are strewn about the glade. All in all, this place seems quite welcoming and idyllic, even. Alright, now you can continue proceeding around the perimeter if you so desire.
This is where the elves told us we would find Jenny Greenteeth. Is that correct?
Yep.
But everything indicates that she's a fairly well-kept home.
Looks like it.
All right, I'm gonna move up to the cabin and try and sneak a peek inside through a window or something.
Alright, roll a new stealth check. Alright. You actually, as you approach the cabin, you espy on the southwest side of the hovel, sticking from the wall, between two iron posts fixed to the wall, is a large birdcage of sorts with two humans inside. They look at you wide-eyed with fear and put their fingers over their mouths in a shushing motion. And the other one kind of holds up his hands in the universal sign of, no, get away from here.
Do they match the descriptions of any of the missing villagers?
They look like they could be villagers, but they are in pretty ragged shape. They are in tattered clothes and covered in road dirt. They are with intense fear in their eyes. They're fairly changed by their harrowing circumstances.
I don't know how to roll proficiency in thieves' tools, but
You have
Can I
proficiency in
unlock
thieves'
the
tools,
cage?
though?
yeah, that was my expertise. Gave me thieves' tool and stealth.
Alright, then you actually get double your proficiency. So, just roll a stealth check then, since it's the same thing. Since it has the same modifiers in any case.
Okay. I will try and unlock this cage.
Alright, as quietly as you can, you stick your thieves' tools into the lock of the cage, and you hear a subtle click. And the iron-barred door kind of gently swings open as the cage kind of rocks back and forth. And the humans look intensely afraid. They're like, no, you should get out of here. You should run.
I'm gonna gesture to that guy to go this way.
Okay.
Did I let the one I was in front of out, or
Oh, they're
Are
both
they
in the
both
same
in-
cage. They're both in the
Oh,
same
okay.
large cage.
yeah? I gesture for them to leave,
Alright, I need a moment to pull up their stat blocks. They're going to try to be stealthy.
and I'm gonna go back to the front of the cabin and
Peek in through a window?
Yep.
Alright.
See what I can see from the outside of the cabin.
Alright. You find a cute little window with a crosspiece and purple shutters. And you peer through the glass. Let's see, these commoners, they're going to roll their stealth checks. Woohoo! Actually pretty stealthy. Good job, guys. They, quietly as they can, born on fear, sneak off into the woods without making any major sounds. Alright. Peering in through the window, you espy a neat little forest cabin. There is a simple wooden table with chairs. There are several shelves with jars of innocuous-looking things in them. There's a jar of honey. There's a jar of various jars of preserves. It appears. You see a neat little bed with a floral print blanket covering it, and sitting in a rocking chair by the fire with her back to you appears to be an old lady with her white hair tied up in a bun with a hairpin sticking through it. She appears to be knitting.
So, she does not look like a hag.
No, she looks like just like an elderly human woman. She's wearing a simple green dress with a floral print apron.
So, the three Grave-Wall, Mystic, and Voroth should be able to see where I'm at. I'll gesture to them to tell them, like, there's one person. Not tell, but make
Yeah,
gestures
with your
like
fingers.
One
Alright.
person, yeah.
The rest
And
of
then I'm
you
gonna knock
from across the glade can
on the
see
door.
the halfling kind of peeking in through the window and then gesturing with his fingers to show 1. 1.
I knock on the door.
Alright. You knock on the door and you hear,
Gently,
oh!
as not to scare her.
You're so
Poor old
considerate. You hear, oh! Visitors! Just a moment. Let me get her ready.
Girl Scout cookies.
Uh-oh. I have a bug. Alright, let's see if I can hide this over here. Yeah, that might do. There we go. Alright. The old lady opens the door. You can see that she has a little round face with wrinkles and, like I described, the floral print apron. She walks up to you, her hands kind of clutched in front of her, and says, oh, hello, dearie. How can I help you?
Well, we've come from Cobble's Hill in search of some missing adventurers, and the general consensus is that they believe you may have an idea where those people might be.
Oh, little old me. Well, I don't know why I would have anything to do with it, but come. Come warm yourself by the fire, and we can discuss this over a bowl of soup. She strides past you over to the fire, where she has a pile of wooden bowls, and she also looks at your friends across the glade, except for Lothos, because he's still hidden. And she says, oh, you have friends! Come, you can all come! I have enough soup for all of you!
I'm afraid. I'm gonna have to think about this for a minute.
I'm gonna go ahead and stay where I am, just in case stuff gets hairy.
Oh, don't stand out there in the cold, dearie. Come, warm yourself by the fire.
I will go in, but
Oh, the fire pit in the middle of the glade is what she's
I
referring to.
mean, we just had someone, like, put yourself there mentally. We just had someone walk up, knock on the door, start to go out to the fire with the lady. I mean, we gotta, like, walk up to the fire.
Oh, look at you all. You must be so weary after your days of travel here. I know it's a rather remote location, but I do love it. Here, have some soup. She pulls out a wooden bowl and ladles some soup into it and hands each of you one. Even you, Grimald. She walks across to you and kind of says, come, surely you wish to stay by the fire.
I will not actually eat the soup, but will.
Yeah, I don't take the soup.
I mean, I'll take the soup, but I'm not going to eat it. But I don't want her to get the idea that I'm not eating it. Like every time she glances away, a little bit more goes into the potted plant.
All right, make a deception check.
Meanwhile, I'm going to ask her questions about what she knows about the missing party. Has she seen them?
All right, go ahead.
And can I roll insight for her?
Yes. Is there anything you're in particular looking for?
Oh, just that I think she's lying. Everything she says is lying.
You think all of it's lies? Every single word. All right, let's see.
Wow, good roll finally.
Yeah, not bad. So far, she doesn't appear to have said anything that is lying, but you are getting a vibe off her. Makes it kind of weirds you out a little bit. I mean, what would an old lady be doing here in the middle of the forest? In any case...
what is her name? Does she give us her name?
Oh, yes, dearie. My name's Jenny. What's yours?
My name is Grady. So your hospitality is actually phenomenal, much greater than the rumors have led us to believe it would be. Why are the townsfolk of Cobble's Hill so afraid of you?
Alright, oh, I don't know why they'd be afraid of little old me. I've never done a thing to them. And Mystic, when you tell your joke, she says, "Oh, that's funny, dearie." And when she smiles, you see that her teeth are pearly white.
And how would you feel about them coming regularly to check on you and make sure that you're okay, as you seem to be living quite well, but someone as friendly as you, we want to make sure stays in good health.
Oh, well, I wouldn't like them coming by at all. In fact, that would be in direct violation of the pact, and then I would have to murder them on the spot.
Okay. So, we are here about the villagers who came looking for a mad woodworker who was out of his mind and delirious, wandered into the woods, and we wanted to they wanted to retrieve him before the pact was broken.
Oh yes,
the
there was a fellow who came by about 10 days ago. He wanted me to join some cult of the dragon something or other. I hadn't the foggiest notion what they'd want with dear old me. And I, of course, turned him down. When I refused, however, he was quite rude and unappreciative of my hospitality.
Oh? And where did he go? Did he leave here, or?
No, he never left.
Is she lying?
She's not lying about him never leaving.
So are we able to speak to him?
Oh no, I think he's indisposed at the moment. Not available right now.
And the villagers that came looking for Halvin, what do you know of them?
Ah, yes. About a 10-day after that fellow came by, 5 more people, quite a number of visitors to which I'm not accustomed, came to my home. They were starving and delirious from trekking through the forest, and I gave them all the hospitality I could muster. We had dinner. Halvin was there, too. It was quite a lovely dinner. However, I must say, it was very foolish of them to come to my glade. Very presumptuous indeed. They, of course, had no permission, woodcarver or not. And they were presumptuous to venture here. And you were even more foolish to follow them. Foolish indeed.
But we are not from Cobble's Hill.
Oh.
And have not made a pact.
Oh, well, that is beside the point, dearie, because... Go ahead.
We wish to make sure that the pact is intact. What do you know of the pact and the status of the pact?
Oh, well, with the venturing of those villagers into my forest, the pact has been completely dissolved, I'm afraid.
Oh, that is a shame. So...
Well, I don't believe it's such a shame. I think that pact was more trouble than it was worth anyway.
Out of character, we do not have the bone, is that right?
True.
Correct.
And do we have the stones? The sigils of Jenny Green Tea?
I don't think you guys said you handed them off to anyone, so, yeah.
Alrighty then. I am... Wait, are you guys still, like, way back, not even close to the fire?
Mystic is close to the fire. Voroth got a little closer to the fire. Grimald is like... I'm not getting near that fire. And, Lothos is still hidden in the trees.
I am going to stand up and walk over here.
Uh-huh.
And who has the stones?
I think I had them.
Is that Vorath?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a fighter?
Yeah.
I'm leaving it to you to confront Jenny Greenteeth with the stones.
Why me? I don't want to die.
I'm there.
Oh, where are you going, dearie? We were having such a lovely conversation.
Well, okay. You're too far
Well,
away,
you-
Vorath.
well-
Come closer, Vorat.
Never.
Oh, well, I can come over there if you'd prefer.
Right?
Oh, Lord.
She walks around you. Now, what was it
All
you
right.
needed with little old me?
All right. Not coming to
Well,
me.
it seems my party members have entrusted me with the task of telling you that we found these two stones with your symbol on them wedged in the eyes of a traveler that came back to the village crucified.
Oh, not in the eyes, dearie. In the eye sockets. And I cut out his tongue as well. That was a message I sent to Cobble's Hill to inform them that further incursions would not be tolerated. And she sweeps her gaze over all of you. Apparently they didn't get the message, though.
We have appreciated your hospitality, and we will carry this message dutifully to the people of Cobble's Hill.
Oh, well, I'm afraid it's a little late for that. After all,
We are assuming...
I would be a poor host if I allowed you to leave now.
Oh, but we've had a good meal, and it's getting late.
Oh, well, I insist that you stay.
I cast Mage Armor.
Everybody's moving away. Everybody seems to sense the same thing I do. You must hide behind you. Okay.
I must say that you are all acting rather strangely. Why do you avoid me? Do I frighten you?
No, not at all. Would you like a hug before we go?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just naturally cautious.
Oh, dearie, you cannot leave.
Is there any way I can get an attack
All right.
ready, just in case?
Yeah, you can ready in action.
Alright.
Yeah.
Being a halfling, being a person of, this stature that I am, I do really enjoy a good tale. Would you mind sharing a story with us?
Oh, certainly. I can tell you more of the pact,
Great.
perhaps, so you could understand what
Great.
an offense this has been to me. You see, and she kind of sits down by the fire. Oh, but first, you must come closer. It's time for story time. Come, gather around the fire. I simply cannot begin a story without everyone gathered around the fire. Oh, don't stand behind Granny dearie. You won't be able to hear her speak.
I won't be able to backstab her either.
When you gather around the fire, she pulls up a little stool and sits on it and says, well, about 100 years ago, the people of Flan cut with their axes into my beautiful forest, taking my lumber without my permission. So, we, the denizens of the forest, murdered them all. However, they didn't like that. But there wasn't anything they could do about it, because we, after all, ruled the forest. So, we came to a diplomatic solution. A pact was struck. The people of Flan would stay out of the forest. Simple terms on their part. And quite a bargain for them as well, because, in exchange for leaving us alone, we would not only not eat them, we would as well protect them from intrusion. And indeed, when the Netherese later invaded, the forests of the trees of the quivering forest drank deeply of Netherese blood. And since then, the pact has been upheld, the people staying out of our woods. Only recently of late, however, have so many people been coming into my forest without permission. So you can see why I would be upset. For hundreds of years, we have had amicable relations with the people of Flan. And then here come you all, striving into my forest, without permission, breaking the truce that we have held for decades. The end.
Dearest Jenny, our offense, I cannot offer our apologies enough. The people of Cobble's Hill, 100 years have passed and their educations have decreased. Their ability to understand things has decreased. We will go in as advocates for you and definitely remind the villagers of Cobble's Hill of the pact and the importance of the pact. But just a second, I had a train of thought here. They're stupid. We're really sorry for this. The woodworker was. Oh, she's not going to believe that he was delirious because he came and had a chat with her. Is that right?
Yep. But she mentioned that she did mention that he tried to get her to join a cult of some kind.
The cult of the dragon. I really am not aware. We will seek this cult of the dragon out to the best of our ability and make sure that the cult of the dragon never bothers you again. But the woodworker was obviously acting on his own, not as a member of the Cobble's Hill. The stupid people of Cobble's Hill only wished to rescue the woodworker before the pact was. Broken.
Well, dearie, I must say.
For you to uphold the pact. Let the pact continue, and we will go as advocates to Cobble's Hill to remind the people of the importance of the pact.
She appears to be deep in thought. She raises her wrinkled finger and says, "Well, dearie, I must say, you make a number of good points. Make a persuasion check."
No, it's kind of, well, I sent her an email and she's like, yeah, well, she finally sent me
Oh, gosh.
And you can do so with advantage. Make a persuasion check with advantage. You've made a lot of good points.
Doing my best here. I don't want to fight a hag. Oh. I offer her a healing potion as a token of and 10 gold as a token of our dedication to this.
I will assess your dedication for myself.
Oh, I have inspiration. Doesn't inspiration get me an automatic success?
No, it gives you advantage, which you already had. But she doesn't appear angered quite yet. She looks to Mystic, who has asked her if there was anything that you could do to convince her to end the conflict peacefully. She says, "Well, like I said, that pact was really more trouble than it's worth, and there's not much I can think of. Do you perhaps have any ideas, Elf?"
Oh, I sent her an email because Miss Holman suggested, having at least one apology.
Well, that that the woodworker entering the forest was an accident. Can't you be a little flexible there? And also knowing that the party was sent in to rescue him and not to cut down the lumber to take for the town. I mean, that part of the pact has really been upheld throughout the whole time, which sounds to me, from what you told us, is the reason the pact was put in the first place.
That is true. Though the grounds have been intruded upon, no one has harmed my dear forest. And she kind of rubs the grass at that. Make another persuasion check with advantage.
Okay, hang on.
Alright. She appears moved by your plight. But I'm curious what you other two have to say. You have been most quiet this whole time. You, big fellow, what do you think about this whole business? Do you think I should forgive the people of Cobble's Hill? And if so, why?
Just this once, because we will make sure it does not happen again. But I'll be back.
Alright, Grimald, she's asking you, specifically, if you have any reason why she should care.
why do you care?
Well, I mean, she
As long
doesn't.
as they're not harming your trees.
Hmm.
If they're not murdering your trees, why are you murdering them?
Well. Alright, you can make a persuasion check, but not with advantage. Because you mostly just reiterated Mystic's point. But make a persuasion check.
Use my inspiration.
Go for it then.
Then I'll get advantage. Where do I click the advantage in the lower left of the...
Yeah, in the lower left, click the ADV button, and then roll your d20, or roll your persuasion check.
Which will not be very good.
You're really driving home that point, aren't you? You, Dragonborn, surely you have a unique perspective on all this. I would hear your thoughts. Should I forgive the people of Cobble's Hill?
Who is she speaking to?
Voroth. Voroth, she's talking to you. She wants to hear what you think.
Mike's on mute.
Are you there, Michael?
Yep, yeah, I'm here.
Alright. Jenny has asked you why you think she should forgive the people of Cobble's Hill.
Well, the people of Cobble's Hill are just simple folk trying to live their life as best they can. Even though you can't judge all their actions on the negative actions on one greedy woodcutter.
As a final, before she makes her decision, I will mention that I know in some cultures we, when an agreement is reached, we drink, usually coffee, and offer to make coffee and drink with her.
Oh, there's no need to do that, dear. We can bond over soup.
Great. I will take a healthy sip of her soup.
Okay. It is delicious. You're not sure quite what that flavor is? Is it chicken? Pork? In any case, it tastes good.
Great. I'll hand the bowl to her so that she can take a sip.
Alright, let's see what Voroth has to say first.
Well, I said what I had to say.
Oh yeah, make a persuasion check.
Hmm.
And you have inspiration too, so you might want to use it. Just saying.
Okay, so...
Alright. She takes the bowl of soup you have offered her and looks you in the eyes and smiles and reaches in and pulls out an eyeball and sticks it in her mouth and eats it and says, "The pact is struck. You have all made some good points. Perhaps I was hasty in my judgment of the people of Cobble's Hill. After all, as you said, they were trying to protect my rights. Very well. The pact between the Quivering Forest and Fland is not dissolved. It stands strong. And you may depart my glade in peace and return to Cobble's Hill. And as a show of good faith and as a token of friendship," she walks over to the hovel and takes from a peg by the door a green cloak embroidered with silver thread in the shape of vines and leaves, and she hands it to Brady, and as soon as it touches your skin, you feel the tingle of magic.
Oh, I collect cloaks, and it sounds like an Emerald Enclave cloak.
Take this, with my blessings, and depart the Quivering Forest. But remember, she says, the people of Cobble's Hill must stay away. And that was a very un-Granny-like voice. And then she smiles at you again. Goodbye. And she starts.
And we'll be taking our 2 friends with us.
She's gonna pretend she didn't hear that.
We left the 2 friends go, I think.
Yeah, they already escaped into the
Yeah,
woods.
she's gonna find out. So I mean.
Yeah, I'm hoping she didn't
here's
notice
the thing.
that.
Here's the thing: is
When you say that, she stops,
leave,
glances back at you, and winks, and then walks back into her hovel.
if we leave, the next time she finds out that those prisoners are gone,
She just winked at us.
the city's in trouble. So we kind of gotta finish up here. We gotta let her know that we're taking the people.
I think she noticed and she winked at us.
You can make an insight check, Grady or Mystic, or both of you.
Yeah, she knew about. She knew. Otherwise, she would have said. Otherwise, she would have. Oh, who knows?
I mean, I don't know that for certain. I can see your argument, and it does make sense, but I don't know that definitively.
Yeah, but if she didn't know, how come she didn't turn around and say, "Where the other humans I had?"
You actually don't know that definitively. I mean, it's kind of hard to gather what she meant by that. The Fae are inscrutable creatures, and it's difficult to read their actions.
I'm just saying, from a quest perspective, we'd be failing the quest, I think, if we left right now.
Absolutely not. We came out here to do what we need to do. She's still alive. It didn't say she needed to die.
She was standing.
She did kill like 7 of them.
She was standing here at a point which would let her see there. As she walked back to the cabin, she would have seen the cage door flapping open. She stopped
I'll
to look
stop
at
you
us
right now.
and
I'll
winked
stop
at
you.
us.
I'll stop you, and I'm just going to walk up to the door, because if she knows, then she'll know that it was a nice gesture of me to let her know that we're taking the prisoners. And then my character knows definitively that she knows and won't respond negatively and come and attack the people of the town again. So I'm going to walk up to the door, knock, and say, hey, we grabbed those prisoners. I just wanted to let you know so that there was no mistake.
Oh, I hope my visitors find their way home safely.
Thank you.
And quickly.
And quickly. Alrighty then.
Alright. You guys can make your way back to Cobble's Hill unaccosted by any of the creatures of the forest.
I'm gonna take my old feather cloak off that sheds rain and put my new green cloak on.
Alright, we'll see if you get to keep it. There's rules for distributing magic items. But in any case...
Oh, is it magic?
It is magic. At the moment, you arrive back in Cobble's Hill with your 2 rescued villagers in tow, and the people of Cobble's Hill hail you as heroes for finding their returned people, and they give you that hatful of money. Additionally, they ask, what about the pact? Did you encounter Jenny Greenteeth?
We did.
And?
She was very, very difficult to deal with. We were not able to kill her, though we tried. And we tried with all of our might. But if you ever go into the forest again, the pact will be broken. We did manage to convince her that, you know, to maintain the pact, but she is fully capable of just decimating you all, ending the pact, and burning your village to the ground.
So, the pact is maintained, and we are saved! The Fae of the forest will not come for our children in the night, or pluck out our eyes or our hearts. You have saved us! Thank you! Thank you! And the people fall weeping at your feet. Thank you! Alright, congratulations guys. You have successfully completed DDEX1-8 Tales of Trees Tale. You have earned the good ending.
Hooray!
Great.
The bad ending is, okay, the worst ending, there's various degrees of ending here, but the worst ending is you try to kill her and she escapes. That is the worst possible ending. And I had, the first group with whom I played this got that one. Then there's another. There's various other shades of ending, but I'll leave those secrets.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what the worst possible ending is. Each of you earns 600 experience points.
So after the game, I just go through, and if I get enough to level up, can I just do all that on my own, as long as this is...
That aren't accounted for in here. Let me do this. There was a ruby you found. Yeah. Let me
Hey, I'm level 4.
disregard that 10 gold pieces. What you actually get is 21 gold pieces and 10 silver pieces. So on your log sheet, that would be recorded as 22. I don't know why it did 10 silver pieces. That's equal to 1 gold piece. In any case, everyone got 21 gold pieces and 10 silver pieces. So 22 gold pieces total.
I need to ask you your DCI number.
Alright, I'll provide that in a moment. 10 downtime. 1 renown with your faction.
For everybody or just Emerald Enclave?
1 renown for everybody, plus 1 for Emerald Enclave. For not killing the elves. Basically, all you have to do is not attack them. And then, here is my DCI number. La 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 la. La 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 la. Alright, here's some info for your log sheet. That's the name of the adventure. That's my name and my DCI number. And you can just right-click those things in the chat log. And the radio menu gives you an option to copy. Additionally, I will be storing your characters as XML files in a shared drive that you can all access. That way you don't have to manually rebuild your characters. You can just get the XML file from the site, put it in your character, or import it into your managed characters from the Fantasy Grounds launcher, and mess with them from there.
Is there a log sheet right
Really
in
cool,
Fantasy
thank
Grounds?
you for that.
There is an extension for log sheets in Fantasy Grounds, but I don't use that.
Oh, okay. So we just write it on our
Yeah, write it on your paper log sheet.
Okay.
Additionally, we have a magical item. I'm going to the chat log so you can all gaze upon its glory. It is a cloak of elven kind. This supple, light green cloak, embroidered with a delicate leaf pattern, makes the wearer feel comfortable whenever worn, suffering no harm from temperatures as cold as 0 degrees Fahrenheit or as warm as 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And here's the real power of it. While you wear this cloak with its hood up, wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks made to hide, as the cloak's color shifts to camouflage you. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action.
Obviously, I'd like that.
We have 2 rogues who might like it. So, the first rule of magic item distribution is determine whether the party unanimously agrees that one person should get it. Do we have unanimity?
Well, that's basically going to come down to the other rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should come down to the rules.
Alright, if you want it and have 0 magic items, you can roll a d20.
Did the other rogue want it?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you say, a die 20?
Yep, if you want it and have 0 magic items, roll a d20.
May I use my inspiration now?
No.
Be cool if you could.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, Grady.
sucks.
Alright. It looks like the Cloak of Elvenkind goes to Lothos Tea Leaf.
I'm like, no, no. Every time
I will put it in your character sheet. May
like,
may you enjoy it forevermore. And thank you all for coming. Good game.
Thank
Thanks
you,
a
sir.
lot,
Thanks.
Keaton. That was awesome.
That was fun.
And to the rest of you who are kind of new, I hope you had a good time. You might want to check out. Hope I haven't scared you away from Fantasy Grounds because it's pretty nice.
No, that was very good. Thank you.
I'll
Alright.
play this campaign again with a dex heavy character.
Hope to see you soon, dude.
Alright, thanks for coming by. I'll be, after I distribute the cloak, I will vanish. I'm gonna put it in your character sheet. I will, however, leave the server up if you guys wish to continue working on your character sheets while you have access to my player's handbook. You can open up the library and rebuild your characters as necessary for those of you who did it manually. And then I will later save them after you log off to the file, and they will have all that still built in.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, I'll work on the server now then.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'll be on the server
Lothos.
too.
Alright, I've distributed the item, and I'm going to go eat some ice cream. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Later.
Later.
y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.